शरद पवार जी थे, सबको मिलके अहमदाबाद में जीसीए में मैक्सिमम टेस्ट मैच और वनडे थी वो टाइम, मैक्सिमम टेस्ट मैच थी वो टाइम। तो टेस्ट मैच हमको मिले, जिसके माध्यम से एडवर्टाइजमेंट से, टिकट सेल से एसोसिएशन को पैसा मिले और सब लोगों का सहयोग लेके एक ही साल में पूरा स्टेडियम को डेवलप किया। हमारी स्कूल टूर्नामेंट जो अहमदाबाद सीबीसी के साथ जुड़ी, स्कूल की कम से कम 80 स्कूल थी, उसकी क्रिकेट टूर्नामेंट चालू किया, अंडर 14, 16 की मैचेस चालू किया, रणजी ट्रॉफी भी चालू किया और धीरे धीरे पूरा स्टेडियम को डेवलप किया। पहले जब मैं प्रेसिडेंट था तो अपर पेविलियन एक ही पेविलियन था। मैंने 10 साल में पूरा स्टेडियम को कवर किया। उसकी कैपेसिटी 55,000 सीटिंग की कैपेसिटी की और कम से कम 50 करोड़ रुपया गुजरात क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन के स्टेडियम पर के डेवलपमेंट में खर्च किए और पूरी लायबिलिटी खत्म करने के बाद मोटेरा स्टेडियम एक ऐसा स्टेडियम था पूरे गुजरात में, सौराष्ट्र क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन है, बड़ौदा क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन है, उसमें हमारा एक ही स्टेडियम था। वहां ABC 3 ग्राउंड उसके बाद मैंने बनाए। मोटेरा स्टेडियम में तो इंटरनेशनल मैच होती थी, लेकिन ABC तीनों ग्राउंड में रणजी ट्रॉफी, देवधर ट्रॉफी, जूनियर टूर्नामेंट के लिए मैच का आयोजन हो सके, ऐसे 3 स्टेडियम बनाए। इंडोर एकेडमी बनाई मैंने, स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी बनाई, कम से कम 50 स्टूडेंट्स वहां ठहरकर वहां पूरा ट्रेनिंग ले सके, वो भी हमने शुरू किया। और आज देखते हैं तो पार्थिव जी यहाँ बैठे हैं, वो गुजरात के यंगेस्ट, वो रणजी ट्रॉफी भी नहीं खेले थे और सीधे इंडियन टीम में वो सिलेक्ट हुए थे। तो पार्थिव जैसे कई हमारे गुजरात के वो टाइम के खिलाड़ी जिसको पहले कोई स्टैंड नहीं था, तो वो स्टैंड खड़ा करने का काम किया। और दूसरा मैं बीसीसीआई का भी आभार मानता हूँ। नहीं, बीसीसीआई का इसीलिए कि टीवी राइट से बीसीसीआई से जो एसोसिएशन को पैसा मिलता था वो पैसे की बहुत बड़ी वैल्यू थी। हमारी तो लिमिटेशन थी क्योंकि वो टाइम रोटेशन के हिसाब से मैच आती थी, तो साल में 1.5 साल में एक आध टेस्ट मैच आ जाए, एक आध वनडे आ जाए और पूरे साल का जो क्रिकेट ग्राउंड का मेंटेनेंस का खर्च आता है वो खर्च भी नहीं निकाल सकते अगर बीसीसीआई हमको हेल्प नहीं करती। ये तो मैंने सरफोस पिक्चर करके इनकम इतनी बड़ी की, नहीं तो क्रिकेट से वो टाइम पैसा नहीं मिलता था। तो मेरे हिसाब से जो हो सके वो मैंने करने की कोशिश की। और आज तो आपने दे सकते हैं कि मैं 93 से 2009 तक मैं प्रेसिडेंट था। उसके बाद गुजरात के प्रेसिडेंट नरेंद्र मोदी।
वो के बाद और एक क्वेश्चंस के फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ। What he says is that's a legacy is left, you know, the clearing all the debts of the Motera, which was running up to 9 to 11 crores. Actually, when he left after 16 years, Gujarat Cricket Association had a surplus of 40 crores after spending 48 crores on the development of Motera. So that's a legacy, yes. So, you know, as he said, you know, when Narendra Modi became the president, he had surplus 40 crores plus to spend actually. What you see today is different.
नहीं, जब मैंने 2009 में रिजाइन किया तब 54 करोड़ डिपॉजिट करके मैंने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मोदी साहब को सौंपा था।
लेकिन आप तो क्रिकेट के बहुत थे, आप तो पब्लिक अफेयर्स में हैं, आप तो डिफरेंट पार्टीज में मिनिस्टर हैं। एक गुजरात वी हियर ओनली अबाउट क्रिकेट नाउ व्हिच इज गुड न्यूज पार्टी एंड बट व्हाट अबाउट अदर स्पोर्ट्स, उसमें क्यों लेगेसी नहीं बन रहा है? आइटम मेरे शब्द नहीं आते लेगेसी हिंदी और गुजराती में, लेकिन लेगेसी क्यों नहीं बन रहा है? लेकिन गुजरात के अभी तो एक दो खिलाड़ी आते हैं, इंडिविजुअल स्पोर्ट में आते हैं, लेकिन दूसरे स्पोर्ट में क्यों लेगेसी नहीं बन रहा?
देखो मेरी बात
मुश्किल पड़ रहा है। गुजराती लोग नौकर में जाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट के लिए?
नहीं। मेरे हिसाब से मैं मेरी खुद की बात बताऊं, 90 से 95 तक जब मैं चिमन भाई पटेल की सरकार में मिनिस्टर था, कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर था, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर था, वो टाइम स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट भी मेरे पास रखा था। एज ए सीनियर मिनिस्टर स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट नहीं रखे, लेकिन मैंने सीएम को बोल के स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट मेरे पास रखा था। और 90 से गुजरात में स्पोर्ट्स को डेवलपमेंट करने की हमने शुरुआत की। उससे पहले तो कुछ नहीं था गुजरात में, ओनली क्रिकेट नहीं, कोई भी गेम आप देख लो गुजरात में तो स्पोर्ट्स के पीछे इतना कोई लगाव ही नहीं था। कई पार्टियों की सरकार आ गई, लेकिन जो स्पोर्ट्स के लिए मान लो कि कोई कदम उठाने चाहिए वो कुछ नहीं हुआ था, तो 90 से मैंने स्टार्ट किया। और स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया जो है, उसमें स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी गुजरात की स्थापना भी गांधीनगर में मेरे टाइम में हुई। वो टाइम 325 करोड़ रुपया भारत सरकार से भी पैसा मिला, गुजरात सरकार ने भी पैसा दिया, तो वो एक शुरुआत की। उसके बाद देवगढ़ बारिया पंचमहाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आदिवासी एरिया आता है, फिर नडियाद खेड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आता है, भावनगर, राजकोट, वहां मैंने स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाए, स्पोर्ट्स हॉस्टल बनाई, और धीरे धीरे वो स्पोर्ट्स की शुरुआत हमने की। लेकिन मैं आपको सही बताता हूं कि वो टाइम हमारी बजट की मर्यादा थी। 93-95 तक हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में, स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट के लिए जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बजट का अलॉटमेंट करते थे, मैक्सिमम 15-20 करोड़। लेकिन गुजरात में एक बात सही है कि नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जब से चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, उसके बाद उन्होंने स्पोर्ट्स की बहुत चिंता की और वो खुद इंटरेस्ट लेते थे। और आज गुजरात में मान लो कि 2022 में भूपेंद्र भाई की सरकार में, हर्ष भाई संघवी हमारे जो स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर है, उसकी सरकार में 250 करोड़ का बजट गुजरात सरकार ने स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट के पीछे अलॉट किया है इस साल। तो मेरे हिसाब से बहुत बड़ी रकम है। पहले स्पोर्ट्स पर कोई हमारे गुजरात की जो एक जीवी सरकार भी ध्यान नहीं रखते। ऐसे आप देखो, नरेंद्र मोदी पीएम बने, गुजरात से गए, तो आज भारत सरकार का भी बजट देखिए, स्पोर्ट्स के पीछे 3062 करोड़ का बजट एक केंद्र सरकार ने भी तय किया है। तो मेरे हिसाब से आने वाला फ्यूचर पूरे देश के और पूरे गुजरात के स्पोर्ट्समैन के लिए अच्छा है।
I'll return to the second part of this session is, when I became a journalist in the early 80s and you were all playing then, Maharashtra, both, so I will agree that Maharashtra is absolutely a forward-looking state. On every count, sports was doing well, all the racket sports, team sports, it was a big culture, sports culture. It was, every other succeeding sportsman wanted to emulate them. That was the legacy looked at. Now you tell me, did somebody impress upon the legacy of Maharashtra? And what was it like? Am I right in saying that you don't generally talk about racket sports, table tennis? Maharashtra was strong, tennis, Maharashtra was strong. Badminton goes without saying it was strong.
Yeah, I think, legacy is something that really no one needs to impress upon you. I think it's everywhere. In terms of the infrastructure that was available, in terms of the role models that were available. I think growing up, I had, just so many role models to look up to, be it Rajiv Bhagat at that point in time, or whether it was Amigia, whether, in fact, the Thomas Cup team at that point, in the 80s, close 80s, about 4 or 5 players were from Maharashtra. And I think it was every national championship, there would be minimum couple of titles that would come to Maharashtra. The state championships as well. So I think overall it was not only that, but the competitions and the events that were conducted in the state. I think in Mumbai itself, growing up, I would play close to 10 to 12 tournaments in a period of 3 months, which was like the sort of preparation for the national championships. The tournaments particularly organized in Pune were top class at a time when electronic draws and e-softwares were not available. The tournaments were conducted so professionally that if my match was scheduled at say 8:12 in the morning, I would be on court at 8:12 in the morning. And that's the kind of sort of organization there. So they set very high benchmarks in terms of not only performance but also the way they conducted and viewed sport. I think small things like the prize money, like the gifts at that point, maybe not so much money, but the gifts that we used to get for winners, the kind of kitting we used to get. You mentioned everyone used to look up to the Maharashtra team in the national championships. They would all be looking at us because of the tracksuits that we wore, and there was this award for March Past that used to be given out, and nobody else could even compete. The Maharashtra team would win that hands down just because of things like this. So overall, the legacy was everywhere, and it wasn't only the metros. It wasn't only the popular sort of cities, the Bombay, Pune, but we played tournaments pretty much all over Maharashtra. Goa, yes, a couple of times. Rajasthan had a couple, but I think mostly Maharashtra was where badminton was mostly.
tell me, has it declined now? Is it a dip in total, See, we're all talking about the segments, what makes legacy, the components of legacy, the ecosystem that contributes, the money, prize money that's available. It's all part of the legacy. How do you see today for your sport?
As I mentioned a little while earlier, I think it's all relative. I don't think what's available in Maharashtra right now is bad. It's absolutely not. It's good. But the other states have gotten better, which was once our advantage, that we had better facilities than them, we had better coaches than them, we had more money than them. Today, that doesn't remain an advantage for us anymore. Space is a big constraint. Badminton as a sport requires investment-heavy infrastructure. So space is a constraint, and in fact I just got a message from a friend, and he said, and I asked him, I said, where are you coaching? And he's in Bangalore, and he said, I'm coaching in this small center, it's got 6 courts only. And you think of 6 courts in a place like Mumbai today, it would be a luxury. So a lot of things in that sense have changed, but it's not because we've gotten bad, but others have got better. And it's time that we sort of play catch up. Because if you don't play catch up, then you're going to suffer. And the other thing is also, when we speak about athletes coming from us, look at Chirag Shetty, for example. Right now, World Championship, bronze medalist. They've won medals at obviously the Olympics was a great performance for them, though they didn't medal there. But he's a Mumbai boy, but he trains in Hyderabad. So there are 2 things. Once you say that the athlete is originally from the state, but look at where he's training. So it's not about owning the athlete, it's about helping the athlete get to that performance rather than awarding them after the performance is done. I think that should be where the competition really lies between states, so that we need to talk about. Help them get there, and of course reward them later, but the getting there is very important.
Yeah, so you said the club culture in the legacy of hockey in Mumbai. Mumbai is too good, it's 7-8 players doing their time. It's been again declared that hockey. How do you talk about that? How can the hockey ecosystem help build a legacy again in the heavy tournaments again in Mumbai, Pune, or in Kirki, in these parts, hockey must be.
Somewhere along the way, corporates stopped recruiting sports persons the way they used to in the 80s and 90s. Probably competition and pressures on profitability has forced them to do so. So most of the organizations in Mumbai that would recruit players, and that was the top of the pyramid, since they stopped recruiting, the lowest rung, which is in school, and then the colleges and clubs, they have got gradually depleted. So that's a situation we need to recognize. We need to probably change our thinking and move to an approach of a club culture, in the sense that a player gets remunerated for the period that he plays for that club, and organizations may not be burdened or saddled with a sports person after his career to occupy him for 30 years in their organization. So I think there should be a marked shift in the thinking, especially in Mumbai. But the earlier question that you asked about legacy, I was inspired by performances, not only by hockey players. I think Mumbai was full of sports stars. Shishir here will bear me out. He too had his cricket heroes, the Gavaskars, Vengsarkars, the entire list of Mumbai cricketers who were role models for all of us while we were growing up. We also had Wilson Jones, the billiards, the first world champion in billiards for India. Badminton players, tennis stars. So I got inspired not only by the legacy of hockey players. I think there were a large number of sports disciplines in Mumbai that made you feel proud to represent the city, because at that time Bombay was a separate team. Not so anymore, because we now come under the umbrella of Maharashtra. But wearing the Mumbai colour was a matter of pride. Hockey didn't have money earlier, doesn't have much money now, but the pride and self-esteem that one got by wearing a Mumbai color, all the money can't buy. And that's something that the legacy of Mumbai sport, I think that should come back, should be revived. But I'm glad that other cities like Pune in particular is doing much better as a center for hockey. The Savitribai Phule University last year won the All India University Hockey Tournament, which is, first time in history, beating teams from Punjab and Odisha and Bangalore. So I think that augurs well for sport in Maharashtra and hockey. Like I said earlier, the Madhya Pradesh Academy for girls in Gwalior and the boys in Popat are producing champions. 5 girls from the academy in Gwalior represented India at the Tokyo Olympics. So that's the way hockey is spreading. So it may not be now only in metros. Like most sports, talent is not coming mainly from metros these days. It's coming from smaller cities, and places like Gwalior, Bhopal, Pune, they are supplying the hockey players, and which we need to get used to.
And anyway, I can call him so he's younger to me. In national games, there will be 36 national games हो रहा है 7 साल के बाद. गोवा में वो नहीं पाए. Should have been held in Goa actually 7 years ago. 7 years reason is not held. ये national games 36 national games actually 8,000 खिलाड़ियों में आया है. 17 वेन्यू में 44 स्पोर्ट के. ये कितना महत्व होगा गुजरात के लिए, एक इकोसिस्टम स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, यंगस्टर्स के लिए, ग्रेजुएट लेवल के लिए. वो भी एक लेगेसी है, बिल्ड द लेगेसी, गिव इट एन इम्पेटस. वो हो सकता है.
नेशनल गेम के लिए गुजरात सरकार और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया दोनों डिपार्टमेंट के स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर और ऑल ऑफिसर और जितनी भी टूर्नामेंट होने वाली है उसके जो स्टेट लेवल के एसोसिएशन है और ऑल इंडिया लेवल के एसोसिएशन है, उनका भी इतना इन्वॉल्वमेंट है. अभी अहमदाबाद में अमित भाई साहब और स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर अनुराग की उपस्थिति में एक मीटिंग हो गई. और
मेरे एक क्वेश्चन था कि एक उम्र के बाद हमारा
इंटरेस्ट
हो सकता है स्पोर्ट में.
मेरी बात तो सुनिए.
मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट.
तो ये शुरुआत हो रही है. और पहले भी मैंने बताया कि स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट के लिए जो सरकार की सहानुभूति फाइनेंशियल चाहिए वो नहीं थी. आज आप देखिए अलग अलग स्पोर्ट्स में मान लो साहब दोनों थे, मैडम भी थी, तो उनके टाइम में इतनी फैसिलिटी नहीं थी. आज सरकार की ओर से कोचिंग के लिए पैसे मिलते हैं. उनके मान लो कि कहीं भी जाने का होता है स्टेट में, दूसरे स्टेट में, तो वहां भी अच्छी फैसिलिटी मिलती है. तो गवर्नमेंट का जो नई पॉलिसी मोदी साहब ने बनाई है उसके हिसाब से जो टूर्नामेंट हो रही है उसका 100% रिजल्ट आएगा. और अभी आपने देखिए कि 2 साल से जितने भी इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट हुए, पहले अपने इंडिया के प्लेयर्स को कितने अवार्ड मिलते थे, आज हर एक गेम में अपने को अवार्ड मिलना शुरू हो गया है. तो मेरे हिसाब से जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और हर एक स्टेट के जो सरकार है उसका स्पोर्ट्स के पीछे जो एक माहौल खड़ा करने का जो माहौल बना है उसके हिसाब से आने वाले समय में 100% स्पोर्ट्स को फायदा होगा और स्पोर्ट्समैन को भी फायदा होगा.
I will come to the final round of questions. Limited time. It's a vast subject to legacy. It's starting with again, how do you read the situation now? How to create a fresh legacy? So I said it's declining a bit in Western India. I'm also talking about what will be your advice to Rajasthan or Gujarat, Goa and all. Goa is known only for football. It's naturally because of the colonial influence, the Portuguese and all those things. So how do you do that? Do you think there is a top scheme at the national level? Do you think state also should include that? That will create more interest, create help and legacy also. Again, that at all levels, especially at the junior level. And more tournaments for badminton prize money.
Yeah, I think you mentioned funding is a very big aspect. It's not really the amount of funds, but really how those funds are utilized. I feel what we do is we first look at infrastructure, and then we look at people, and then we look at programs. And I think it should be exactly reverse. To my mind, because it's not infrastructure that makes champions, people make champions. And I think this is where the money really needs to be spent. Because if you've got a good program, if you've got a good person to deliver the program, the infrastructure becomes less important. I'm not saying it's not important, it definitely is, but it becomes less important. And when I'm saying it's not only a coach who's delivering the program, but it's also the administrators. I think the administrators and the associations, we speak a lot about associations, sometimes not so fondly, but they are very integral and important part of sport. And here we're looking at creating sports as a business and looking at it as a business. It would be very hard to think of other businesses where people handling the businesses and CEOs and are really there just as because they're passionate about it and they, in a lot of cases, are volunteering to do this job. No, we need to get professionalism in there as well, which will really help the entire system. So I think people and programs are very important. The second thing, as I mentioned earlier, it's about the competition really isn't how many medals the state has won or how many champion athletes that they've got back, but it's really about how much have they meaningfully helped that athlete reach the level of performance that they have. I think that is where the competition really needs to lie. I think each state can build on its own strength. You mentioned racket sports in the western region. You look at Gujarat, you look at table tennis. I mean, they've just won a gold in the men's team at the national games. I think 3 players in the men's world championship team at present are from Gujarat. That's a sport that you can look at. I'm very happy to see para being looked at very well in Gujarat. I think they're setting up the first para sports center here. Of course, infrastructures here, Maharashtra for that matter. Cricket has been very big. Cricket will always stay. The other sports, wherever you see your strength, build on that strength. And it's not only the sport. I'm saying even the business of sport. We keep coming back to that because while you say medals are important, and me being a professional athlete, I can say that making money from sport is equally important for the sports people. It's not you become a champion, you retire, and then you don't know what you do for the rest of your life. Can the states really help their sports persons on that count? I think that's very, very important. And it could be through anything. It could be sports tech, it could be sports tourism, it could be, taking up probably other industries. You look at the gaming industry, esports, for example, I think, again, a very promising space. So look at the business, sports manufacturing, for example, look at that space also very seriously. I think this is really what stands out for me, and if this can be taken care of, grassroots sport in states is extremely important. But as Samaya sir was mentioning, it needs to be in an organized manner. Access to sport, affordability to sport is very important. I think that's something that the central government cannot take that job up. It's the onus of the states to do that. Can we have more children playing sport? But it needs to be in an organized manner. Again, to organize that, coming back, people are very important. Please invest.
Yeah, Aparna, you talked about people. Quick question. Is there the states like dynamism in leadership? You talk about people. That's also part of legacy. They leave a legacy.
Very important. I think organizing the sport.
Is dynamism there in Maharashtra generally?
It's there. You just have to identify the right people. I don't think in India we've got everything. There's no question about it. We've got talent on ground. We've got talent, in business. We've got some of the best brains in the country. They're there. It's just about getting the right person at the right place.
Thanks, Aparna. Somaya, it's someone like Avinash Sable came from nowhere actually. Athletics in the last 3 years. World Championship, top 10, fantastic. Won the Commonwealth Games. He's going to be part of the legacy. Again, wherever he is raised and ranked, whatever it is. Is that going to trigger interest for athletics? Maharashtra has been strong in athletics. It's the performance like Sable. Is it required to build a legacy?
First of all, one of the best performances ever by an Indian athlete, although Neeraj Chopra has won gold at the Olympics, but defeating the Kenyans in a steeplechase. Wonderful. No, I'm just saying it's so creditable that a person has gone on to beat the Kenyans at their own game, which is their specialization. But I think the root of his, or the reason for his success has been scientific training. And he has been fortunate to get that in the Army Institute, which they have, I believe, in Pune. And most of our athletes, including our hockey team, are benefiting by scientific training through technical coaches as well as the physical conditioning and strengthening experts. So I think India, and of course since we are in the Western region should focus on not only the infrastructure, because infrastructure by and large you have it in many of the academies, you have it in sports hostels, but imparting scientific training, and not always through foreign coaches, because the hockey team in particular has done wonderfully well over the last few years, both the men and women, because foreign coaches have been assisting us. So too in various other disciplines. But we need to be training our coaches so that they are in a position to impart world-class training, and not only in technique but also in physical conditioning and strengthening. So that's one area I think that is important. Another area is the role of women in sport. You know, almost 50% of our population is women, are comprised women. So earlier they used to be just have events just, you know, for namesake, but now women are winning as many medals as men in the Olympics. So that's another area where we need to ensure that they get equal opportunity and equal facilities so that they can pursue their own aspirations. So these are the few areas that I had to speak.
Yeah, just I'll start with you. 1, 2, 3. 3 points you would say it's a must to have an excellent and healthy legacy for any state to follow. 1, 2, 3. And would you include that sort of a top scheme at the state level also?
I think that's right. Narahari Amin sir said about the budget of 3,062 crores at the center. But I think prioritization is very critical, a point made by Aparna too. The central government have said that 1/3 of that budget, which is about 960 crores, is for Khelo India and top scheme. So they have put their eggs in the right basket virtually, and they have a system of identifying young talent, ensuring that they are funded for further training, and then give them exposure internationally. So I think that's a wonderful scheme done at the center. And you're right, Vishi, we must have something similar in each of the states so that...
It's overall looking into the build a legacy. So 1, 2, 3 if you can name. It's 1, 2, 3.
Probably I did name earlier, but I will repeat what I said. I feel that, first of all, creating infrastructure and getting it to the doorstep of especially the rural areas, not very big stadiums which are difficult to maintain, but just a play field with basic amenities like a toilet, where people will be encouraged to come and play during their formative years. Later, proper infrastructure, which is international standard at bigger towns and cities, so that they can come and explore their talents and maybe specialize in certain games. And third is scientific training. I'm very much keen that we have many academies, hostels, but training is not on par with the international standards in all these places. So we need to get more scientific training. So these are the 3 things that I would suggest.
नरहरि भाई, आप बहुत कुछ बोलेंगे गुजरात के बारे में, क्रिकेट की आपका एक्सपीरियंस है, 3 पॉइंट बोलेंगे, और गुजरात गवर्नमेंट इन नए क्रिकेट छोड़ के अलावा ये स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम लेगेसी क्रिएट कर रही है, अब तक तो नहीं है। एक अपर्णा ने जो कहा कि शुरुआत किया टेबल टेनिस प्लेयर्स ने 3, भारत की टीम में 3 गुजरात से है। दैट इज अ मैसिव लेगेसी एक्चुअली फॉर गुजरात स्पोर्ट्स। सो आप 1, 2, 3 पॉइंट क्या कहेंगे गुजरात शासन?
सभी स्पोर्ट्स के लिए एक तो इंटरनेशनल कैटेगरी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, अच्छे साहब ने जैसे बताया अच्छे कोच चाहिए और फाइनेंशियल हेल्प चाहिए। ये 3 पॉइंट मेरे हिसाब से जरूरी है।
Aparna, it's to wind it up all. It's here.
So I think for me, first is having inclusivity and access to sport in the region. The second would be to value sport and to create value of sport. I think the time's come where we look beyond and making this a bigger industry. And I think the third and what's closest to us is the performances. To get that, I think the infrastructure to go with it, which requires the funding. You need the best coaches and more importantly, meet the right people and programs. I'll stress on that as much as I can.
Thanks. I think I overshot my time by on. But I would like to conclude with this, so to make one example of what is the legacy. I worked for the Hindu for 35 years, and over a period of time, especially for the sports department actually, I can see in the sports department and the Hindu has legacy. I think they recently, in 144 years, they changed the, relaunch the people, evolved the time. I think it's and that's also a classic example of the, newspaper's legacy actually created, going forward. Thank you very much for patiently hearing to us. Thank you. Thank you to the Hindu and Sportstar group here for calling me to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, everyone. Stay back on the stage. Now I request once again G. Vishwanath, sir, to felicitate all the panelists. To felicitate all the panelists with the momentum. What an informative session. Now moving forward, cricket is the heart of Indians. Someone could play, someone can't, but still they have affection for cricket. So, isn't it a bright idea to turn that passion into a profession? So that is what our next panel discussion topic is. Cricket as a profession. Need for state associations to have player contracts. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Amol Karhatkar, senior sports journalist, who is going to moderate this panel. Round of applause for him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would just like to request the three eminent panelists to join me up on the dais. Let's start off with the youngest of the lot. He's evergreen actually when it comes to the world of cricket. Patel, please. Parthiv, a lot of times my fraternity would always refer to you as a makeshift opener. I would refer to you as a crisis opener. And just like everywhere else, you are our crisis man. Let's move to the permanent opener. Shishir Tangadi, former Mumbai captain. He doesn't want me to say it, but I'll still add that for the last 3 years, he has been the Chief Executive Officer of Baroda Cricket Association, which is coming to an end in a few hours from now. And then let's welcome the veteran, the encyclopedia of Indian cricket, especially Indian cricket administration, Professor Ratnaka Shetty. Please, sir. Please take a seat. Okay, and let me start with the youngest of the lot, since we are in Ahmedabad. Parthiv, you have played an instrumental role in actually the emergence of Gujarat as a domestic cricket superpower. I am sure, besides you, most of the audience today will not remember who was the last test cricketer from Gujarat before you. So, from there to now, Gujarat has won the Ranji Trophy, have been extremely consistent on the domestic circuit for the last decade. How did you actually make it happen?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. See, it cannot happen by only one person. As to start with, as Amin sir said, it's a collective effort. Got support from everywhere, starting from him, and then the Honorable Prime Minister became President, then the Amit Bhai became President, and now the support of Jai. I think it's so important to get support from association. I think I was given that full liberty, starting from sir, that do whatever you want to do, but you have to make sure that we win. There is no pressure, just win. I do come from that culture of being grown up watching Mumbai cricket. Have played a lot of junior cricket in Mumbai and always wanted to follow that path of that create that we've spoken about legacy so much that you have to value your state first of all. And you speak to any Mumbai cricketer, first thing which comes across is I think there isn't bigger pride than wearing a Mumbai Lion cap, and I think that's something which I had to speak to a lot of Gujarat players, that first we have to make sure that we create that kind of atmosphere amongst the team. Number two, that I would say another selfish reason as well. When I was scoring a lot of runs and not getting picked to Indian team, there was one small incident where we just finished the season and I was landing in Bombay, and Saurav was also landing from Calcutta, so I met him at the arrivals and he said, "ये आज भी season कैसा गया?" So अच्छा गया, 7 मैच थे, 750 रन किए. So he said, वो तो तू हर साल करता है. So if you want to get noticed, you have to make sure your team wins. Only then your performance will be recognized. I think that something created a big spark in me, saying, yeah, but been scoring runs, been playing for India A and all, but not getting it final push to make a comeback into Indian side. So that's something which I had to identify a lot of players who were hungrier enough. So yes, I was captain of the side, but I had to have the players who were hungry enough to win matches, who are hungry enough to go to a different level, not just playing for Gujarat, try and get picked for the Lip Trophy, India A, and later on play for India. So I had to make sure to identify those players and give them enough support. So we had Priyank Panchal one season, we had Manpreet Juneja, we had Akshar Patel coming in, Jasprit Bumrah coming in. So those 4 or 5 players came and I told them that with the obviously support of selectors and coaches, you are not getting dropped this season. Do whatever you want to do, you are not getting dropped this season. Just play the way you want to play. I think that's something which obviously gives them confidence. As sportsmen, we all are insecure. We need that kind of support, we need that kind of confidence which was needed. And obviously Manpreet that season went on to play for India. Priyank has come to Indian team test side, and we all know what Aksar and Jasprit are doing for Indian team right now. So in a way, I feel proud that I played a little role in their career. But having said that, the bigger picture was Ranji Trophy win, which wasn't an overnight thing. It cannot happen overnight. Say, if you give a team to anyone, it cannot just happen today. This season will come and win Ranji Trophy. We couldn't qualify for 4 years in a row. We lost by, probably missed out by 1 point. So that is just taking 1 minute extra. Just try and see what we had done that season. We had spoken to every player, we are going to prepare for 11 games. We are not going to prepare for 8 games. So 8 league games, then quarter-final, semi-final, final. But everyone in this team will prepare for 11 games. That is obviously final. And the 12th one Irani Trophy as a team. So before getting into season, we had that, we were preparing for that, we were giving rest to bowlers after 3 games, 4 games, irrespective of where we were in points table. So in everyone's mind it was there, we will play 11 games, and that probably I thought changed the mindset of the whole team, and we went on to win Ranji Trophy that season.
Wonderful, wonderful. One of the words that you mentioned, Parthiv, was insecurity of a cricketer, especially when it comes to domestic setup. Shishir, who better than you to talk about dealing with insecurity, especially during your era, when all you would get is possibly one Durham Trophy game, or if at all there is a poor game, to actually prove that, okay, you deserve that. From there to the role of the administrator. Okay, how do you actually dealt with it, and how did you actually ensure that something like that is taken care of when it comes to dealing with active cricketers?
Good evening. Thank you so much, Amol. Before I say anything about cricket, I'm speaking in the company of men who've seen more of cricket than me. But to answer your question, insecurity and fear of failure are two common phenomena in cricket and in life. We all go through that. And the way to deal with these issues is to always believe at the end of the day you got more than what you deserve. Because if you do that, I think you're on the right track in terms of allowing reality to set into you. If you look at other cricketers and say, wow, he was really good and he got nothing much out of it. And you look at yourself and you say, well, I was less talented, but I got much more out of it. You probably accept a certain reality. And today's cricket is obviously changing with the stakes being higher, money being more, aspirations higher at parental level. Parents are more ambitious for their children because money brings a lot of respectability. When I started playing, in the middle class homes of Mumbai, I'd go to somebody's house and they say, okay, what do you do? I say, I'm playing cricket. Yeah, what he care, lekin karte kya ho? Today, if you say I'm playing IPL, they'll probably say, iski kundli de do. Maybe we'll find a good match for him. So, money brings a lot of respectability, but another correction, I didn't play Dulip Trophy. So, you need to get your facts right.
Okay, and Shishir just touched upon the financial security aspect or the whole financial aspect. Professor, you were instrumental in the eventual introduction of player contracts when it came to international cricket. One, how did you actually make it happen? And two, what is it that has prevented the same structure to actually filter into the domestic cricket?
Well, I think the annual contract system for international cricketers, it all started on the tour of Sri Lanka in 1997, where somebody like Debashish Mohanty, who was playing his first game, was getting the same match fee as Tendulkar, who was playing close to 90th game of his career. And the Sri Lankan and Indian teams were staying in the same hotel. So we met with Arvinda De Silva and Ranatunga and we tried to understand what is their system. And there we found that they had a graded system of payment depending on the seniority of the players. So when we came back, I presented a report to the board on this, what we studied in Sri Lanka. And the board was good enough to accept and deal with that matter at that time. And Sachin Tendulkar, Saurav Ganguly, Rahul Dravid, Anil Kumble were the four players along with me to start a process of negotiating and preparing an annual contract. And finally in 2004 it got implemented. I think Parthiv was the first in that lot among the players to, when he started his career, he was at the edge of it. 2003 he made his debut for India, and the next season he was the first of the recipients of that international contract. We thought it necessary also because there was an example of Anil Kumble in front of us. Those of you who have seen Anil Kumble and his career, I think there was a mishap in West Indies where he was hurt and he didn't play the whole season after that. And which meant that Anil Kumble's match fee was zero for not playing any of the games for India after that for almost for a season. I mean, that was a big thing that we have to look at, because securing a player is equally important. And the board has come a long way. The Indian cricketers in till about 70s, I think, were paid about 50 rupees per day as match fees. Ranji Trophy player used to get 5 rupees per day as match fee. Ajit Wadekar's team, which won the England and West Indies series, got a prize money of 1500 rupees each. And to look at what they are paid today. So I think the Cricket Control Board over the years since 2004, after getting a good television revenue in their system, has thought about the players and has been improving the system every season, trying to make good how they can look after their players, both retired as well as the present generation.
Why hasn't it been able to actually seep down to the state association level? So you have been a state association office where the BCCI chief administrative officer, everyone keeps discussing about it for almost 15 years now, but nothing has happened so far.
Well, I think it's not something that is going to happen overnight. It's a process in the making. I personally also feel that the Ranji Trophy players, particularly at this stage, the BCCI can start the Ranji Trophy players for an annual contract. And one good thing that has happened with the present committee of the BCCI is implementing the graded payments for match fees for Ranji Trophy cricketers, because there's the 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 grades that have been created. That has happened last year. And I'm sure that the BCCI will look into the aspect of introducing an annual contract, which is providing a financial security to the players. There's a general concept in India, or people feel that all cricketers get a lot of money. And it's not so. Because there are hardly about 20-25 Ranji Trophy cricketers who get IPL contracts. But there are hundreds of others who are playing only Ranji Trophy. And that is the backbone of Indian cricket. And that has to be protected and improved upon in the years to come.
Professor just mentioned about the graded payment system. Just to elaborate on it, so players who have played less than 20 first-class games get 40,000 rupees per match day for domestic cricket. Those who have played between 21 and 40 get 50,000 rupees per match day. And those who have played 41 and above, that means you would have had to play consistently for your state team for 6 to 7 seasons, get 60,000 rupees per match day. But still, Parthiv, when it comes to domestic cricket, most of the players, despite playing the whole domestic season, do not really get as much as the base fees for an IPL player's fees for a 3-month stint every year. Does that affect? I'm sure some of your junior cricketers would be discussing this point with you. How do you actually make them realize that IPL is not the be-all and end-all?
Well, it's not. Definitely, IPL is not the last stage of your career. I mean, that should. And as a young player, also, if I'm coaching any young player, that's not something which I encourage anyone. I think your first and foremost priority should be playing Test cricket for India. I think that's the ultimate form of cricket, and that is the reason why it is called Test cricket, because it tests your character and everything. Coming back to financial thing, as Sir rightly said, the number. It is either 25 or 30 players who get picked in an IPL side out of 10 sides which have been picked. So the scope is less. If you keep playing Ranji Trophy, and if you once you get a Test recognition, you obviously get your A+ or A contract from BCCI. So that means BCCI is definitely recognizing that the need to identify who are purely Test players, like say Pujara, or maybe Saha did get a contract, but I think Pujara was the prime example where he did not have IPL contract, but he was still part of and playing only one format, but still part of A grade contract. So BCCI definitely is recognizing that the Test cricket is the ultimate thing, and as a player also, that's something you should look at. And to me, for state players to get those contracts going, it's not the easiest thing to do. As I've said, I mean, I've been part of the just a little bit of an admin thing and a little part which I could do. Is the biggest thing is to how to differentiate the grades. To differentiate grades upon your experience or the performance. So for someone like, say, someone has played 50 games, so that means he's played 6-7 years of his first class career or Ranji Trophy career. Someone who makes a debut today, and it takes about 7 years for him to get into A category. So whether you a player should wait for those 7-8 years, or once he has a couple of good seasons and maybe he can be promoted to A, B, or whichever. You start with C and then get into B slowly. So I think to me the biggest challenge is for an admin, because obviously cricketers can't be as good an administrators as these guys can be. So to me, I think the biggest challenge is how can get that balance right, whether to give preference to experience or the performance.
Okay, Shishir, almost 3 years since the current BCCI president took over, one of the first announcements he had made was we'll push for domestic contracts. But somehow it hasn't really worked out so far. One state association tried it out only for a season. Before that, in the 2000s, Maharashtra had actually introduced state contracts. It fizzled out. From a state association perspective, why is there this tendency of not actually kickstarting it? What are the actual issues? What is it that you could not convince your office bearers to actually get started?
Well, I think Parthiv made a very valid point. While the intent is always there to make sure that the wooden spoon cricketer, as I call him, because he's not playing in the IPL or not playing for India, but still puts in those hours at domestic level, sometimes thanklessly in comparison to players who are, generating revenue for the board and for the game itself because of the television visibility. The IPL, you cannot compare it with domestic cricket only because there is a revenue model. You see, it sells. Domestic cricket doesn't sell. So, coming to your question about how do you differentiate between players who are playing domestic cricket. Take for example a Sachin Tendulkar. He came in at 15, and suppose there was a contract system at state level. At 15 and a half went on to play for India. So he would have been probably in the lowest bracket of a state contract, and suddenly going into playing international cricket and get a national contract, or one of those BCCI contracts that would put you in a different pay scale. So it's very difficult to differentiate, and I see a real problem there, because how do you decide A, B, C, D? It's also very easy for us to sit here and make a comment that yes, domestic cricketers don't get as much as, because there are no jobs, as Somaya said. I mean, in our time, we got jobs. The first grid was to play a certain level to get a job. So you had a remuneration every month. You also had leave without pay. In Somaya's case, I used to get a free buffet every day at Mahindra's. One of my incentives. But now the jobs are not there, except for a few PSUs. Jobs are not available. So the only source of earning for a young cricketer or a player who plays Ranji Trophy is the match fee he gets from domestic cricket, which, as you said, has various grades. And the second is an aspiration to play in the IPL so he can give a family a better life. But that may or may not happen because the best players get picked, and it's always going to be a motivation for him. Like it used to be probably in Parthiv's time, the first motivation was to play for Gujarat. My motivation would have been to play for Mumbai, Bombay in those days. Today it is also a motivation to play in the IPL because it's a means to a better life. And you can't blame somebody for having those aspirations. But a means to an end is a different thing, because the end should be, of course, to play for the country. Gradation at domestic level will always be a challenge, because you will not be able to differentiate between a player who's doing well, who's young, and a player who's been around for 8-9 years, who's actually just continuing for that salary. And it's very, very tough. I mean, I can say this because I'm in the hot seat, or I've been in the hot seat, trying to convince people, and eventually I hear their point of view, which is very valid. That how do you really differentiate between somebody who's played for 10 years and who's not retiring, though he's playing well enough, but he doesn't have any aspirations now to play at the next level for India. I mean, if you're 31, 32, and if you're not played for India, the chances are, even if you play, you'll play for one season. So you cling on to that graded salary, and deprive a youngster who probably in 2 years or 3 years, if he does well, he will play for India. And that to me is a big challenge for administrators, you know. Money is there. As we all know, every association is cashless. They have the money to pump in. I think they do. Most of them do pump it into infrastructure, into sport, into playing cricket, into coaching staff, etc., etc. But to be able to differentiate between players is going to be the biggest challenge, because there is no yardstick. There's no template that one can actually emulate. So we have to be very, very vigilant. We have to be very judicious in the way we do it, because that will decide the course for the future. And we have to make sure that we get those basics right for the legacy to follow.
Okay, since you, as in all of you, we are on the same page as to it becomes difficult to implement. Professor, just to cite some numbers, in 2016, Cricket Australia, the cricketers in Australia who would play BBL, state cricket and national cricket, their average annual earnings were around 60,000 Australian dollars. 61% of it used to come through state contracts. In England, they have a system wherein all the counties, since most of them are private limited companies as such, they have to spend almost 70% of their annual subsidy from ECB on cricket-related activities, including player and coaches' earnings. There's no such system in India. Every state association now gets at least 30 crore rupees as annual subvention from the BCCI, through which they don't pay players anything except for daily allowances. All the match fees are paid by the BCCI. So is it the easiest way out, do you see, Professor, now for state associations to say how can we implement so we cannot implement? It's high time it gets started, right?
No, I don't think so. Again, it's a question of perception which comes into play. All those who now talk about BCCI having tons of money, which is associations having lots of money, must also realize the difficult days which BCCI has gone through. And whatever it is today, it's because of the stand of being an autonomous sports federation, not dependent on government grants. That is really was a challenge which they accepted right from inception. The associations did not get any money in those days because there was no money in the BCCI. But still cricket went on. The associations created infrastructure of their own, whatever little they could do, help cricketers, and create an atmosphere where cricket became stronger, and the results started coming with 1971 Test match series wins, and 1983 World Cup was, I think, was the biggest achievement, which was a springboard for what BCCI is today. So it's not that people don't want to spend. A lot of money is spent on infrastructure today. You go to any association, you will find good infrastructure being created, facilities being provided, support staff being in place, which was not there a few years back. And the only thing is that the expenses has to be judiciously done and provide all the facilities to the cricketers. There was a time when cricketers, even in our West Zone, Shishir and Parthiv will remember, we used to travel by train. But the moment the funds started coming in, even the under 15 travels by the airfare, by aeroplane, even from Mumbai to Baroda. So changes have taken place, facilities are better, and cricketers are getting the best of the lot from whatever the association earns. And I'm sure that most of the associations, there are exceptions, of course, which is in public domain, and I don't deny that. But by and large, most of the associations are using the funding for improving the game, their infrastructure, and the cricketers.
Parthiv, over the last few years, we have noticed it is not actually made public as it should be. Majority of state associations, despite BCCI giving them match fees, have introduced incentivized programs when it comes to financials. As in, for per victory in the league stage, a certain amount is awarded to the team. Larger amount is awarded in the knockouts. Is that enough, or nothing is ever enough when it comes to an expensive sport like cricket?
See, everywhere I think whoever is earning 10 rupees wants to make it 100 and 100 wants 1,000. So whenever you got to see how everyone is rewarded. For a team like Gujarat, when Gujarat won Ranji Trophy, BCCI's prize money was 2 crores, was GCA gave 3 crores. So every player who had played full season got about 35 lakhs, which is higher than the IPL contract. The IPL minimum contract is 20 lakhs. But a player who could not play, someone like Samit Goel, or there were 3-4 players, Hardik Patel, who never got IPL contract, but they still played full season and got 35 lakh rupees. So, and sir rightly said that now that every association is trying their best in making sure that every player has been taken care of, not just financially, but they are making sure that insurance has been covered. They are making sure that if someone gets injured, so their surgeries and whatever treatment needed to be done after that, rehab, they've been sent to NCA, they've been sent to Australia for rehab and all of that. So players are been taken care of. So it would be wrong to say that the players' contract is the only thing. But I think if you look at every association is making their effort in any which way they can. Just from a preparations point of view, in hotels and all of that, yes, we do talk about it. But there is Reliance G1 tournament which happens here, Gujarat, Baroda, Saurashtra plays every year. Now before season, Gujarat will play against Mumbai and Rajasthan. So they are making sure that financial things are being taken care of, and they are providing proper infrastructure. Plus, not just cricketers. I mean, Amish bhai is here. We've set it up an umpires academy. We've got a scorers academy. So there are a lot of things been implementing. So money is being spent. It's not that it's lying in the bank. So, and players are being taken care of.
Okay. Yes.
Actually, I always make a comparison. Now, I've been privileged to see 2 generations. When I started, we used to travel by train. My first tour was also my first duck in first class cricket against my home now, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Nadia. And we traveled from Mumbai by Gujarat mail, I think. Gavaskar, Vengsarkar, Mankad, the big names of Indian cricket. We travelled by train to Nadia. It was an overnight train. And at every station, there used to be 10,000 people, Parthiv. And it's unreal that they would be banging at our door. And we, I think, came in a second AC. Professor would know, in those days we used to get second AC passage to anywhere in Gujarat or, in the West Zone. And every station, they would be saying, Sunil bhai, kholo, baro. And Sunil was hiding under the 3 tire, there were 3 tires. He was hiding because he was scared that somebody would just come and nab him. But we grew up in those times where this was a part of life. I remember my first tour to Delhi, one senior cricketer was carrying such a big bag. And we never got allowances. Such a huge bag. So I said, what are you doing? What have you brought? Because those days you had 1 cricket bag or 2 bags in your kit bag. And the bigger players probably had 2. The normal guys like us had 1. And that was strapped up with tape. So he said, watch this. And he's unzipped it. And out came curtains, pillow covers. So I said, what is this? So he said, laundry's on the house. So these were small joys in a different world. So I remember one of my colleagues early morning, instead of having tea like we usually do, was having pina colada. So I said, what is this? He says, everything's on the house. So simple lives, small joys. But today things have changed, and we have to accept change. We have to say that that was a time and this is a time. And this time is different. In fact, in the 80s or 90s when Saurav started playing for India, they used to come down from the Taj and go to, there was a PCO behind Badenia. They would go, because after 9 o'clock I think it was half rate. So even they've seen tough days, staying in the Taj. you go behind to Bademia, next to Bademia to make your calls at home. Times have changed now. You have a mobile, you have a standard rate, everything's changed, and players can afford a lot of other things. But we've seen two generations, and we've seen how players have valued it. Today they value fitness, they value technology, they value the science of technology. In our times there was just, valuing playing the game because there was nothing else to look forward to. And that, I think, is the most important part of this game. You just move with times and you savor what you've seen in the past and look forward to something different coming up.
I think just to add to it, Sir's here, I think it's a time to tell you that story. I was playing under 19 West Zone, coming from Bangalore, came to Bombay station, and there was no room to stay. So I called him up at 12 o'clock in the night. From that, there was a PCO right outside Conclave Stadium. I called him up, said, "Sir, there is no room to sleep." So he said, "Conclave में नीचे एक room है, वहाँ जाके आज की रात सो जा, सुबह गुजरात एक्सप्रेस में घर चला जाना." So I'm fortunate enough to be, as Shishir said, to see both the generations. So right now, if I look at it, I think we are at a different level. We are probably one of the best countries. You gave numbers of Australia and England, but they have only 7 or 8 counties or 7 or 8 states to take care of. We have 37 states to take care of, and sharing those, providing infrastructure to every state is a challenge, but which is also happening. But yeah, as he said, we're fortunate enough to be part of both generations.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's not a plug, but genuinely I feel that on a day when the cricketing world is celebrating 15th anniversary of India's World T20 win, it can happen only on the Hindu Group and Sportstar forum that we are discussing domestic cricket in so much of detail. Genuinely I feel that. And before I throw the floor open for queries from the audience, if any, just one last round to each one of you. What can be done? Specifics, okay? Whatever you feel specifically, what is it that is the need of the hour to improve the whole domestic cricket setup in India? Let's start with the veteran now, senior most.
Well, I think the Indian domestic cricket is run very well. Whatever is Indian cricket today is basically because I go back to the founders of BCCI. 2 decisions which are instrumental for what we are today. One is being an autonomous body, never register yourself with the government, was the primary decision they took. The only purpose for which we used to go to the government used to take foreign exchange in those days. Otherwise, BCCI and government had nothing to do. And the second decision was investing in grassroots cricket, particularly age group. Mr. Sunil Gavaskar always says this at all, many times on televisions and in functions, that the age group tournaments conducted by BCCI are probably the best in the world. I mean, there's the amount of cricket which our boys play at under 15, 16, under 19. I think nowhere you get to play this, and you meet your seniors and you improve upon your cricket. And this is our strength actually. Currently, of course, with the increase in international cricket, what is lost is the participation of international cricketers in domestic cricket. I mean, there was a time when Mr. Gavaskar or Tendulkar would come back from a foreign tour, and if there was a state game next day, they will come and play. You missed that today. I'll tell you a small example. Mumbai was to play a quarter-final game, a semi-final game in Tamil Nadu. And 2007 or 2007-8. 8-9.
You got a call to postpone.
8-9. And Mr. Tendulkar was reaching one day, just a day before that. And he wanted the match to be postponed by a day. So he called me up. I said, I can't do that because this schedule has been announced 6 months back. And it will look back that we are changing the date only for accommodating you. So it can't be done. He didn't keep quiet. I thought he was convinced. After an hour, I got a call from Mr. Srinivasan. And he said, Sachin Tendulkar called up and he wants to play that semi-final for Mumbai. And can we not adjust it by a day? I said, no sir, I have already explained to him, we can't add. That was the attitude, that was the approach of a player who had played almost 200 test matches at that time, wanting to turn up for his state team. So when I told him, I said, why did you call Mr. Srinivasan? I said, when we discussed all this. Anyway, I said, you will be available for the final. He said, sir, semi-final to jinkal paya na. If we win the semi-final, then I'll play final. So it was important that I play whatever matches that are available. That is what is missing in today's domestic cricket today. Today, come March and February and March, you will find people informing the state selectors that they are not fit, they need rest, because they want to be fit for IPL. That's the change that you see today. That's where I feel sad that somewhere our domestic cricket, which used to be till the last game, every player used to have an itch to come and play for his state side. Somewhere that is missing in domestic cricket.
Thanks a lot, Professor. Shishir, the adopted Ahmedabadi primary.
Yeah, well, for me it's two things. You know, the diaspora of cricket now is changing into two halves, the white ball and the red ball. And I think soon you will get a period in Indian cricket where players will choose, and we have to accept it, that the white ball will be one part of their priority and the red ball will be somebody else's priority. So we'll have to accept that, because that is very much coming, and you'll find over a period of time there'll be two coaches in international cricket for white ball and red ball. But I think more importantly, it's the legacy. We talked about legacy. Vishy and Aparna and Nararibai and Somaya did this. And very interestingly, you know, for us, Mumbaiites, you know, we would look at Nari Contractor, Jasubai Patel, Deepak Shodhan, then of course Parthiv came on the scene. What is the legacy that they pass on, like the Gavaskars did to us, or you know, the Bordes would have done to the Maharashtra cricketers? So the legacy is the baton that they pass on to the younger generation, because they are the ones who are actually the torch bearers of inspiration for a generation. And what they pass on is going to be so critical in the way we look at the sport 5 years from now, 10 years from now. The Gavaskars of the world wanted to play domestic cricket. We know of incidents. Tendulkar wanted to play. Parthiv, I think, his resurgence in Indian cricket was primarily domestic, not IPL. That's where, you know, again you surfaced and came into the reckoning. So these are players who are going to be inspirations. You know, some would have heard of Surjit Singh and Harcharan Singh and got inspired, and in the pockets of St. Mary grounds, he would have tried to do things they did. Aparna would have probably heard of Prakash and, you know, great players of the past, and hand over the legacy. I think the legacy is very important to keep the game alive, because they are players who will inspire the next generation. They are players who will try and imbibe values of the game as to why you're playing the game. The means to an end and an end is a different thing. You know, the means are important. And this is the generation that will actually inspire. And there will be the Bumrahs, there will be the Priyank Panchals, and there will be players who will have to pass on that. You and I will watch, admire, but they are the people, they are the players who will actually inspire. And the onus is on them to, you know, run the relay well and pass the baton on.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Shishir. Let's hear the last word from the hometown hero.
Probably, I think coaching the coaches at the grassroots level is something very, very important. See, whatever you learn at the, you know, when you start playing cricket at the age of 9, 10 or 11, whatever you learn then, it stays with you forever. So I think making sure that wherever they are going in small academies, getting the right coaching is so important, and to at the right person in the right position is also very important, as Aparna ma'am rightly said. So what system we've got in here is we probably have 100 level 1 coaches in Gujarat right now. So making sure, and you obviously can't use those 100 coaches, but wherever they will go, they will train in their academies, and whoever player will come from that academy will know the system and will know how to, you know, build on it, and they'll come to level 2 coaches and level 3 coaches. So making sure that you have enough number of coaches who can give you right coaching of basics. That is the most important thing in growth of any state or any Indian cricket.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Parthiv. I think we have just enough time for one or two queries from the audience if there are any. So it's all yours. Anyone? You are used to asking questions.
Yeah, it's
Well, I think it will happen one day, because just as the national players contract happened, nobody had planned that. But when the players themselves sit together and decide the clauses which are necessary and how you go about it, I think here also basically the inputs will have to come from the players. You know, in every state, if the players are involved, I'm sure that they can work out the modalities. The one good thing about the annual contract of BCCI is that the modalities have been worked out by players. You know, in the first contract, which is still, even today that contract is in existence, was worked out by Anil Kumble and Rahul Dravid, two of the most, people who devoted a lot of time to that. What should be the criteria, how many players, all those things which went into it. And I'm sure that there are other youngsters who are there now in the association levels. If the state associations get involved or get their players to participate in this discussion, I'm sure something will work out of that. It's not that it will not happen, but as Shishir said, or Parthiv said, there are difficulties in how you're going to select the grades or award the grades. This can happen only with player involvement.
Actually, Parthiv says performance has to be performance related always, but if somebody is played 50 matches, is there only because of performance also. Whereas the other side of the coin is what Shishir said, 30-31, he's not going to play for India, no aspirations. So how do you, make the distinction, break it actually?
See, usually contracts are given on your performance of last season. Right? We are playing a sport which requires what are you doing right now. It doesn't matter what you've done before. We've been ranked or we've been analyzed by your performance right now, what you've done in this season. And you get, just because you've played 100 test matches and if you have 4, 5, 6, 7 bad games, you do get dropped, right? It's not just because you've played 100 test matches, you're not going to keep playing forever until you decide to retire. So I personally feel it is performance-oriented game, not just cricket. Every sport is a performance-oriented game, and it has to be ranked according to performance. And like Sir said, it is very important to get players involved. In first contract, I was part of that first contract. I remember a lot of times Anil Bhai and Rahul Bhai would go to have meetings with BCCI and come back to dressing room and they would discuss points. These are the points we've discussed. What's your input? And then the contract finalized. So I said they started process in '97 and it finished in 2004. So it's not an overnight thing which can happen right here, right now. But it has to be performance oriented because that's something which we're playing sport for.
See, even now if you see the Indian contract, to get a contract you have to play minimum 8 T20s in a year or minimum 3 test matches or 5 ODIs. So you are not awarded because of your age or anything. But you are existing, you should be good enough to be playing in that season and you get a contract. Then of course, based on your performance, you move from ABC up and above.
You see, actually, the core question and the core problem for administrators, and I'm speaking from the other side, is the fluidity of the situation. We don't have, there will be about 35, 40 aspirants to play domestic cricket for every state, At the start of the season, you give about 30 names to the BCCI as your probables. So out of which maybe only 15 will play. So it's tough, it's really tough to put a finger on how you can do it. I think they will eventually speak to state associations and the parent body, the BCCI, will probably set a template for this as to how to go about it. Because if I'm a 31-year-old and I'm in a discussion, I'm towards the end of my career, I'm going to look at how it benefits me. And that could be, you know, a very difficult pill to swallow. That here I am actually on a ventilator in terms of my career, but here I'm trying to sort of bat for myself rather than bat for somebody who's 16 and 17 and coming in. So it's a very tough question to answer, but there is a big challenge for domestic cricketers in terms of how it's done. But I think eventually what will happen is they will speak to a lot of senior players who are probably just retired at domestic level and create a template at the BCCI level for state associations to follow. So there won't be too much dissent in what you do after that.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, everyone. Like Shishir just said, we started it off in 2019 with the board president saying it's time for the awards contracts to be awarded. Today, we feel we have taken a concrete step towards taking it forward, and hopefully the next time all of you will join us, we'll be discussing the pros and cons of domestic contracts.
I've been fortunate to get 45,000 a month every month from now on, so I'm quite happy with that.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks, Parthiv. Thanks, Professor Jetty. Thanks, thanks everyone for joining.
So thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session, and I request all the panelists to stay back on the stage, and I request Amol sir to felicitate each and every panelist with the memento. Round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And now, there is a humble request that if you all are going to upload this on social media, or if not, you have not done yet, then please do it now and use the hashtag SportsConclave. And if you are watching this on the YouTube, or your friends wants to see this all conclave on the YouTube, so it is live. So please tell them to subscribe Sportstar. Sportstar Conclave. Use hashtag Sportstar Conclave. So thank you so much. And now we have the lunch break. We all will gather here by 2. So thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
તારું ઘર છે બીજું સ્ટેન્ડ અહીંયા ઉપર છે
પેલો આવશે નહીં
નીચે એન્ડ કરીશું
બીજા ફોટો પડાવે સૌમ્ય કરીને ગયા હતા આપણે પહેલી વખત ભેગા થયા હતા એમાં તો આપણે ખાઈ લીધું હતું તમે ખાલી બસ ખાલી એલું કહ્યું તમે તો ખાલી પાન અને શું ઓલું જ્યુસ જ પીધો હતો તમે કહેતા હતા એ તમને એક તમારું હોય ને તો ખાઈ જાય એઠું તમારું પાણી હોય ને તો કે લોડા મારું એઠું પાણી
ખવડાવે બી નહીં જવું નહીં બીજી હું તો જિંદગી ના જયું હું તો જવું હું તો કહી દઉં ભાઈ એ માણસ ખાધા પીધા વગરનો માણસ કામે નહીં કરે તારા મૂકી દે ચાલે ફોટ લાખ રૂપિયા જેવા બાકી જાય પૂરી તો ઉપરના રૂમમાં કાઢ્યાનું કારણ કે બધું નેટ ને બેટ તો બધું ચાલુ છે કહીએ અમારું આ બધું ચાલુ છે અત્યારે તારે શું ટેસ્ટિંગ કરવું જોઈએ બંધ કરી દઈએ ખોટું અર્થોગરનું ચાલુ ના રાખીએ આ બેટરીઓ વપરાય બેટરી ખરા ટાઈમે જ બેટરી પછી જોઈએ ને તારે હે કરતી બંધ થઈ જાય આપણી અત્યારે ફૂલ બતાવે ને બધું જતું રહેશે બધું પેલા કીધું આઈને ચાલુ કરી ગયો બોલ મારા પૂછ્યા આગળ મને કેમેરા બધું ચાલુ કરીને ગયેલો એ પેલો કંઈક છોકરો હતો એ
હા મેં ફોટો પાડ્યો આ સાહેબનો. આ સવારે જ આવ્યા હતા. આ સાહેબ આ પહેરીને તમે એમ કહું જાડે ને કીધું કેવું થાય કે જમ્પિંગ જપાક જમ્પક થાય. આ જાડિયા ખરેખર પહેણાવી દો વાંચો નજર છે ને આ કંપની માં ફોન નાખશે કોકને કોઈ બલાત્કાર કરશે.
આઠેક પાકવાના જ બાપુ આપણા તો આજે એવું લાગે. સાત તો વાગશે ના ના પેલી સ્ક્રિપ્ટ તો 3 પાનાની સ્ક્રિપ્ટ છે પેલી બેનની જોડે ફરજ લઈ પેલી સાડી વાળી એની સ્ક્રિપ્ટ પાછી લે ખબર પડે કે પેલાની એન્ટ્રી મારે ખાલી 5:30 છે 5:30 ભાઈ ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈની એન્ટ્રી છે 5:30 છે.
જતો રહ્યો
ખાઈ પીને શું બોલતા નતો. એકબીજાનું ખોદતા હતા મારા રાજમાં હું આમ કરતો હતો મારા રાજમાં મેં આમ કર્યું તારા તો
એને નાતરાજ કર્યા ને રેવીને નાતરાજ કર્યું બહુ
ભયંકર ઉતાર દીધું મને કેવો પઠ્ઠા જેવો હતો
જાડિયો હતો. પાર્થિવ પટેલનો પાક કહેવાય.
હા એ જીજી એને લાવનાર ને સીધો ગાલ દેનાર કોણ જવા દે તમને પહેલો પણ ભાઈ 50% રૂપિયા એને આપવાના હતા પછી આપી દેવાના હતા તારે જ આપે ને ભાઈ એમને અને ખાલી એન્ટ્રી વર્લ્ડ કપમાં એન્ટ્રી પડી એના જ પૈસા છે ને ભાઈ સમજે તું.
પાર્થિવના પપ્પા દે કહેવાય. મજાક નહીં કરતો બધો મોસ્ટલી ના મોઢે મેં સાંભળ્યું છે.
આ પાર્થિવના લગ્ન છે ને પેલા રાજુજીએ કરેલા એ નંદુ પ્રસાદમાં નહીં રહેતા પેલા માધવનો પરેશ ને એ લોકો નંદુ પ્રસાદ મહાદેવિયા એમને કરેલી ફોટોગ્રાફી પાર્થિવની અને બોલાયેલા ગણાભાઈ આવો એમને તો દાદા મારે છે મારું પાર્થિવ નથી તો પાર્થિવ મારા ત્યાં પાર્થિવ છે મારો પાર્થિવ નથી એમાં શું મને પૈસા આપવાના તમારે ત્યાં 100 પાર્થિવ અહીંયા થોડીક છે આપણે હા આપણને એવું ના કોઈ હા એટલે આની જોડે પેલું કરી દેવું નથી કાંઈ જેટલું.
હલો टेस्ट 1
वो डायरेक्ट लगाई हुई है लैपटॉप साउंड कार्ड से बोलो. हाँ हाँ
तो जाड़ियों कहीं गए जाड़ियों में कैमरा आ रहे हैं નહીં કોણ બોલાવે કેમેરામેન કયા ભાઈ બોલે હા આવે છે હું જ છું ફોટોગ્રાફર પણ કેમેરામેન બહાર ગયા એ આવે છે
Hello. Hello.
हाँ ये लगाओ ना कि नीचे लगाओ ना ये लगाओ देव पैदा करता रहेगा ये भी बच्चे तो फिक्स होता बच्चे
हेलो हेलो हेलो
તમે કોણ Music. Right? Music. News that media part. Music. Yes.
कैमरा लाइव यूट्यूब स्ट्रीम
પણ આજે મારે બી સંગતિના અસરમાં જઈ રહ્યું છે તું ત્યાં કરે પછી એડ કર હા હવે ગાંડો છોડી
Hello everyone, welcome back. In next 5 minutes we are going to start another session. All who have taken the lunch, please come inside and take your seats. जो भी लोगों ने लंच ले लिया है, कृपया अपने अपनी जगह पर विराजमान हो जाएं. We are starting in next 5 minutes. We are starting in next 5 minutes. Those who all have taken the lunch, I request please take your seats. Those who all are uploading anything on the social media, there's a humble request that please use the hashtag Sportstar Conclave. And we are already live on our YouTube channel, Sportstar. So do watch, and if some of your friends are not here, please tell them that they can watch the whole event through the YouTube, so they can subscribe the channel from the name Sportstar. And if you are on Instagram, you can even tag us on Sportstar Web. We are going to share your stories. Welcome back. So we are starting the next section. Before that, let me talk about the national sports encourage people to do physically active and emphasize the relevance and importance of sports to citizens. Having a specific national sport for a country make a difference in a way citizens interpret it and indulge in it. So this is even the topic of the next panel discussion, that is return of the national games. For that, please join me to welcome Mr. G. Vishwanath, Senior Sports Reporter. Round of applause, everyone.
Okay, here I'm back again. It's wonderful to be back here. Hope all of you had a good lunch, sumptuous lunch with Taj. And the topic now, it's going to be, see, I've been lucky in the sport journalist for 40 years. It's the first 15 years I spent virtually on covering almost all the sports in Bombay. Before I had a colleague, started covering the other sports. I was stuck to cricket and billiards, snooker and golf. So, fair bit of other sport also, and that brings in the Olympic sport part of it. And we are here, a few days before the National Games start here, kicks off in Ahmedabad. And the topic is going to be the return of the National Games. It's been 7 years, we've not had National Games. The last one was held in Kerala, 2015. It's most sports persons see it as a platform to show their talent, get the right people's attention, get some awards. Yeah, welcome Mr. Parimal Nathwani. Thank you very much for coming. We have Mr. Parimal Nathwani, who has done a lot to sport in Gujarat, cricket in particular. Thank you very much. Yeah. So that brings us to another maybe serious debate on the Olympics scene in Gujarat. And we have a person here, Mr. Devendra Solanki. He's virtually been almost all the sport in the state. And he's been the president of the Gujarat Sports Olympic Association for 3 decades. Welcome, Mr. Devendra Solanki on stage.
Recording in progress.
The second person on the panel is Dr. Arjun Singh Rana. He's on his way from Gandhinagar. He should be joining us soon. Let him come, then I think we can make a proper introduction to him. And also the third person is Mana Patel, who's been the staff queen from, in Kathmandu, Guwahati and all, winning about several gold medals and silver medals and also the bronze medal. And she will be joining us virtually from, I think, Bangalore, where she's training. Yeah. So at the outset, welcome, Mr. Solanki. Tell us something of the activities of the Gujarat Olympic Association. It's on.
Hello. Gujarat State Olympic Association Gujarat માં છેલ્લા 35 વર્ષથી તો કામ કરે છે. हिंदी में बताइए. 35 years से गुजरात में ओलंपिक की एक्टिविटी चल रही है. उसमें हमारे साथ 28 एसोसिएशन है और 28 एसोसिएशन में से अलग अलग प्रवृत्ति करते हैं. और गुजरात में ओलंपिक का जो तैयार है उसको सिक्योर करने के लिए हम कोचिंग कैंप करते हैं. कोचिंग कैंप गुजरात के अहमदाबाद में भी होता है. उनकी टीम बनाने की होती है. उनका स्पोर्ट्स के लिए इक्विपमेंट की भी जरूरत होती है, वो भी हमको अप्लाई करते हैं, प्रोवाइड करते हैं. और उनके कैंप बनाने का नेशनल टीम में भेजने के लिए टीम बनाते हैं और ये सब टीम तैयार करके उनको किट विट देना जो करना वो सब फैसिलिटी देते हैं, कोचिंग कैंप करते हैं, अच्छे कोच रखते हैं और उनकी पूरी डाइट का प्रोग्राम सब करते हैं। तो ऐसे ओलंपिक के जो केरल में लास्ट हुआ उसमें गुजरात का 9th नंबर था। इस साल अभी गुजरात में आया है, वो गोवा में नहीं हुआ इसलिए गुजरात में होने वाला है। गुजरात में 12 से 29 अक्टूबर तक चलेगा और मोटेरा स्टेडियम पे उसका उद्घाटन भी होगा। तो इसमें 36 के गेम है, 36 पार्टिसिपेंट भी है और 36 राज्य भाग ले रहे हैं, अलग अलग करके करता है। ये गोवा में नहीं हुआ, इसके लिए मोदी साहब को तो ऐसा हुआ कि अपना ओलंपिक लाना है तो अपने गुजरात में कुछ लाना पड़ेगा। गोवा वाला ने उनके सपोर्ट किया और बोला कि भाई हम गुजरात में करेंगे। 3 महीने में करने का था तो बहुत अगरा था, इसलिए उन्होंने सरकार को बोला कि आप कर लो और सरकार पूरी जिम्मेदारी ले लेगी। उन्होंने ओलंपिक का साथ लिया, हमने बीट भी दिया, इंडियन ओलंपिक ने उसको मंजूर किया और गुजरात को ये बोला। ये 36वां नेशनल गेम्स है। गुजरात में अश्विनी कुमार जो सचिव है और मुख्यमंत्री है भूपेंद्र भाई और ये हर्ष संघवी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर है और मिलके सबने ओलंपिक के साथ मिलके सबने प्लान बनाया, अर्जेंट सब मीटिंग बुलाई और सबको टोटली इन्वॉल्व कर दिया और काम चालू किया। गुजरात में गेम्स खिलाने के है, ये 6 जगह पे खिलाएगी। तो गांधीनगर है, अहमदाबाद है, भावनगर है, राजकोट है, बड़ौदा है और सब जगह पे खेली जाएगी। सब इवेंट भी अलग अलग जगह पे करेगी। तो फुल फैसिलिटी और टेक्निकल सब से इक्विपमेंट सब ला के रख दिया है उन्होंने और तैयार हो गए सब और पूरी प्रिपरेशन हो गई है तैयार। मोदी साहब उसका उद्घाटन करने वाले हैं, उसकी पूर्णाहुति होगी सूरत में 12 तारीख को। ऐसे ओलंपिक का हमारा रोल भी यही है कि अच्छी टीमें बनाना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करना, उनका डाइट अच्छा करना, अच्छे कोचिंग रखना और अच्छा रिजल्ट लाने के लिए तैयारी करना।
Yeah, just to run through Mr. Solanki's profile actually. He has been part of the Triathlon Association of the State, the Wrestling Association, cycling, volleyball, most importantly athletics, and he's played cricket also, and he's also been part of the Ahmedabad cricket board actually, which is an important thing. In these days he has played kabaddi also at university level. Solanki साहब आप ये बताइए, एक गुजरात अभी होने वाला तो फाइनल ATT की फाइनल है, गुजरात तो जीतने वाले हैं वो तो, लेकिन इस सब में अबाउट 44 इवेंट्स होने वाले हैं इधर, इंक्लूडिंग स्केट बोर्डिंग है, इंडियन बोर्डिंग का भी 4 वैरायटी है। ये कितना महत्व है गुजरात के लिए, ये कितना वाले का इंटरेस्ट यंग बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स खेल खेलने के लिए?
गुजरात के लिए बहुत बेनिफिट मिलने वाला है। इसके लिए जो प्रॉपर जो प्रॉपर चाहिए इंडिया का कोचिंग मिले, कैंप करने वाले कोचिंग सारे मिले, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिला, इक्विपमेंट अच्छा मिला और इसका फायदा भी है। अच्छा अभी प्री कोचिंग कैंप चालू किया है, वो कोचिंग कैंप में भी सब गेम्स के कोचिंग कैंप चालू है, उसमें डाइट भी दे रही है सरकार और इक्विपमेंट दे रही है, कोचिंग दे रही है। इसलिए गुजरात को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और शायद गुजरात हम सोचते हैं कि 1 से 5 में स्थान ले लेगा।
We have Ms. Mana Patel with us, joining us from Bangalore. Mana, can you hear me? Can you? Okay, fine. I can see your lip movement, so I understand. Can you hear me? But the others cannot hear. What is it? We can't hear you. Something down.
Can you hear me now?
think I was on mute.
Can you? Yes. Okay. Mana actually, she was a queen of staff games. She has won close to a dozen medals there of the golden hue several times, silver and bronze. So, Mana, how is your preparation going for the national games here? And also, what do you think will it do to Gujarat sports and swimming and aquatics in particular?
First of all, being a Gujarati, I think I'm really, really proud that my state is the host for the national games this year. And within such short span of time, everyone managed to, get things up and running. Get all the cities ready to host various other sports. So I think that's incredible. And I'm training really hard in Bangalore right now and I'll be coming on the 27th. I'll be in Ahmedabad for the opening. I'm really looking forward to race because the swimming events are being held in Rajkot and that pool's always been closest to me. I really love racing there. I get a lot of love from the people and it's always amazing. It's always great to be racing in front of the home state. So I'm really, really looking forward to it and really I'll win some medals for Gujarat for sure.
Mana, you are regarded as a backstroke specialist. And can you just give us what are the timings you plan to achieve and also what will be the competition like? Can you name some of them in your particular event or any other event? And how would you give us a lowdown of the Gujarat team? Will they give the others a good run for their money? Other teams?
Sorry, could you please repeat the latter part of the question, please?
Can you give a lowdown on the Gujarat team, swimming team itself, aquatics?
So along with me, there are a lot of other swimmers also. We can expect a lot of medals from Aryan Panchal, he's a butterflyer. We can expect medals from Devansh Parmar, then we have Kalyani Saxena, Anshul Kothari. All of these swimmers are quite experienced and they are really fast. So I think it's going to be great watching them race as well. So really looking forward to be with my team in Rajkot.
So how many medals do you think will Gujarat win in swimming? Mr. Solanki is sitting here, he says Gujarat finished 9th in the previous national games in Kerala. So where do you think, how can swimming medals help them to go up the ladder, the medal ladder?
So this time, after the senior nationals were concluded, Gujarat finished 4th. So I think we really have a chance to be in the top 5, which is a big jump from the 9th position that we were on last time the games were conducted. Yes, this time we're really hoping for a lot of medals from a lot of swimmers that I just named. Also, we have a strong relay team, so this will be, I guess, the first time Gujarat, we're hoping to win a few medals in the relays as well. So if that happens, it'll be the first time that Gujarat's winning relays at the national games, and I think it's a big, big thing. So yeah, we're hoping to finish in the top 5 for sure this time.
What are your personal goals actually? How many medals do you plan to win? Hope to win.
I'm participating in 5 individual events, and then we have a couple of relays. So I'm hoping to win a medal in each of my individual races for sure.
So who are your main competitors in your event actually?
In my events, we have Ridhima. She's a young talent from Karnataka. She's going to be a close competition for me. And in the freestyle events, we have a lot of other swimmers. That Avantika Chavan from Maharashtra, we have Shivangi from Assam. So the freestyle races are going to be fast, and these are the few swimmers.
Today, the table tennis players in Gujarat is doing extremely well in TT. So have you been following them on televisions or live? The table tennis team's performances?
Yeah, I know the table tennis has already commenced in Surat, but I haven't been able to watch it. I don't really get time to watch TV because of my training, and the other time that I get, I have to rest. But yeah, I'm following the progress of all the athletes through Instagram. I'm following the results. So yeah, we're hoping good results from Harmeet and Manav from Gujarat.
You said you're very proud of being Gujarati, and Gujarati is holding the national games. So, what will make you happy at the end of the games actually? Personal and also
Sorry?
team-wise, state-wise.
Sorry, could you come again, please?
What will make you happy, I said? Personal achievements, states, other sports, and all put together.
I think the fact that the games are happening in Gujarat and how everyone is gearing up to look forward to it, and how the media promotions are going on. I think that fact is really making me happy right now, and hoping to see Gujarat in the top 5. I think that's going to be amazing. That's there, and National Games hopefully is the last race for me for this year, so I'm really hoping to end with on a good note and giving it my all, so.
Yeah, just to wind it up, how much interest will Gujarat National Games trigger interest all across Gujarat actually? It's being held in 6 cities, all the school children, college children, they have been seeing all Gujarat, everybody playing actually, competing against each other, the top sports persons. So how will it eventually help Gujarat sports? How much will it trigger interest among the boys and girls?
I think the government is doing incredible in terms of supporting athletes. Shakti Dut is a government scheme that Gujarat government has launched from 2014, and I've been a part of it since then. So they provide financial support to all the athletes. I think that is a good part of motivation, I believe, and also the central government is working really hard. To promote sports in each and every state, by conducting Khelo India Games and now National Games this year. So, National Games happening in Gujarat, I think Gujarat is really coming up as a sporting state now. We have, as you know, last year there were 6 Olympian, and that the women, 6 athletes represented India at the Olympics, and 6 were from Gujarat. So I think it's really going to inspire a lot of first-line, second-line athletes to take up sports and compete, knowing that, okay, if you get a lot of recognition, even though you're not a cricketer, other sports also get recognition, and there is a scope, you can build a career in that. So, I think that's going to be really motivating for all other athletes who will participate or who will even watch, who come and watch.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mana. I wish you all the best. And would you like to say anything else before you give us actually?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to speak here today. I wish, I really hope that I would have been there, but my training in Bangalore didn't allow me to be in person. But thank you so much for having me, and I'd like to say good luck to all the participants and all the best. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Lovely to have you here. Thanks. Mr. Solanki, you heard Bhavina, that she says she's very hopeful of improving Gujarat's position. What are your hopes?
In swimming, 7 gold medals coming.
You are expecting 7 gold medals. In all, how many medals? Any other sport? Just take us through what are your hopes from other sporting events.
So, team event है relay 4-4-8 the individual also total 10 medal rules.
No,
second में जूडो में मिलेंगे लगभग 6 से 7 मिलेंगे, साइकिलिंग में मिलेगा, काइटिंग में मिलेगा, शूटिंग में मिलेगा, ऐसे टोटल सोच रहे हैं हम लोग को 25 तक पहुंच जाएंगे. 25 तक. हाँ. 1 to 5 में हम आ जाएंगे. 100%.
What gives you the confidence they will do well, and especially in judo 7 medals? So, which are the parts of Gujarat that is very good popular sport here?
अभी वेस्ट जोन का भी हुआ वैशाली में, वहाँ भी उनका परफॉर्मेंस नेशनल में भी नंबर लेके आए वो और ऑल इंडिया में नंबर लेके आए, इसलिए बोल रहे हैं और उनका कोचिंग के पीछे
जुड़ो का सो 7 मेडल जीतेगा. दूसरा स्केट बोर्डिंग से वॉलीबॉल है, उसका कितना पॉपुलर है गुजरात में. अभी ओलंपिक्स में भी बहुत गेम्स चेंज हो रहा है उधर. स्केट बोर्डिंग में गुजराती यंग बॉयज एंड स्पोर्ट कितने you have any registered numbers? उन लोग कितने कर रहे हैं करके और उनकी फैसिलिटीज कितने हैं यहाँ? नहीं गुजरात में स्केट बोर्डिंग में 700 रजिस्टर्ड. नो नेशनल गेम गुजरात की पूछते हैं.
गुजरात के 300 more than 300
ऑल अक्रॉस गुजरात की फैसिलिटीज अच्छा है इनकी. ये तो रिवर फ्रंट पे होने वाला है।
इसलिए कि होम टीम होने वाली है ना, 36 टीम होगी, तो होम टीम का चांस मिला है, इसलिए 36 टीम भाग लेगी, इसलिए कैंडिडेट ज्यादा हो जाएंगे।
What about athletics? You are part of athletics also.
Athletics में भी 3-4 रिपोर्ट की का असर है।
So, at the end of it all, how do you?
कोचिंग कैंप हो रहा है, इसके लिए उसका अच्छा है।
How would you conclude this conversation? गुजरात के लिए कितना अच्छा होगा, दोबारा बोलिए, और क्या क्या आप उम्मीद है फ्यूचर के लिए, क्या क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं?
फ्यूचर के लिए जैसा है, जो अभी फैसिलिटी हमको मिलेगी वो सब एसोसिएशन को भी फल दे दे, वहाँ उनको प्रैक्टिस करने दे रहे, और जितना भी अच्छा कोचिस मिले और रहने के लिए रेसिडेंस को मिले, और पढ़ने के आफ्टर स्पोर्ट्स जो सर्विस का प्रॉब्लम है, तो स्पोर्ट्समैन को सर्विस नहीं मिलती है, तो उसके लिए भी कुछ अच्छा प्रोग्राम हो जाएगा इसलिए तो सर्विस का भी स्कोप रहेगा। ऐसे भी बिजनेस भी बढ़ेगा, इसके लिए गुजरात को मिलेगा, नेशनल गेम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए तो फ्यूचर तो अच्छा है गुजरात के लिए,
फ्यूचर के लिए अच्छा है। So with these words, I think we'll conclude the conversation with you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Wish you all the best of Gujarat sports, and hope with your blessings we will do well in all sport also. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
थैंक यू सो मच सर, बहुत ही अच्छे से आपने सारी बातों को बहुत ही अच्छे से समझाया। प्लीज सर स्टे ऑन द स्टेज ओनली। अब मैं विश्वनाथ सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि हमारे पैनलिस्ट को फेलिसिटेट करें मोमेंटो से। बहुत ही आसान शब्दों में इम्पोर्टेंट बात कि नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स में गुजरात किस तरीके से धीरे 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 आगे ग्रो कर रहा है और सबको लेकर जा रहे हैं। काफी इम्पोर्टेंट, आसान शब्दों में बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट बातें। थैंक यू सो मच। और अब आगे बढ़ते हैं और स्पेशल कन्वर्सेशन, जैसे आप सबको पता है कि अभी हमने लेटेस्ट में ही बहुत अच्छा जो मैच एंजॉय किया था कि कितना बढ़िया गुजरात का जो प्राइड है नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम। तो उस विषय में कुछ चर्चा करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मंच पर मिस्टर आयन सेन गुप्ता सर को और मिस्टर परिवल नथवानी सर को। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत।
man who's sitting with me today needs no introduction. He's a Rajya Sabha member, he has been an industrialist and also a great philanthropist, as well as a sports administrator for a very long time. Mr. Nathwani, thank you for making time to be with us here today. हम लोगों का पहला प्रश्न है, you were heavily involved ये जो नरेंद्र मोदी स्टेडियम बना है, जो देश का शान है, biggest cricket stadium है वर्ल्ड में. So tell us something about it. How did you plan for it, and how difficult was the execution?
Hello. Gujarat Cricket Association. I was the vice president for all 9 years. वो दौरान में लकीली हमारे चेयरमैन प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी थे कुछ टाइम के लिए, और एज ए सीएम, और मैं उनके साथ काम करता था. बिफोर नरहरी भाई ऑल्सो वॉज देयर, देन अमित भाई कम लेटर ऑन, एंड जय वॉज कम लेटर ऑन. तो फुटबॉल में भी मैंने जो काम किया है वो भी आफ्टर क्रिकेट के बाद मैंने किया है. स्टेडियम की मैं बात करूंगा तो स्टेडियम हमारा 25 साल पुराना हो गया था, और जब मैं काम कर रहा था तभी उसका एक पार्ट एकदम डिमोलिश करने के जैसा हो गया था, बिकॉज और लाइफ वॉज ओवर. तो हमने नरेंद्र भाई को बात की थी कि हम स्टेडियम को थोड़ा रिनोवेट करेंगे, नया बनाएंगे और हाफ पार्ट करेंगे, बिकॉज वी हैव गॉट उस टाइम पे फंड हमारे पास था कुछ 300 करोड़ था उस टाइम पे, और अगर हम करेंगे तो इतना पैसा चला जाएगा, वो दैट वाज आवर कंसर्न। देन आई मीट टू नरेंद्र भाई, उन्होंने बोला भाई कितना पैसा है, मैंने बोला बस 300 करोड़ से ज्यादा नहीं निकल पाएंगे। तो उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं आप पूरा प्लान बनाओ और आधा आधा स्टेडियम मत बनाओ। तो उस टाइम पे हमने फिर वर्ल्ड से जितने भी बेस्ट आर्किटेक्ट थे उनसे हमने पूरा डिजाइन बनवाया, कराया, और उसके बाद में हम वो जो डिजाइन सब हो गए स्टेडियम के लिए, देन वी वेंट टू नरेंद्र भाई अगेन, देन अमित भाई वाज ऑलरेडी दे केम एज माय प्रेसिडेंट लेटर ऑन। तो जब हमने बताया कि भाई हमारे पास इतना डिजाइन जो हुआ है उसकी कॉस्ट बहुत आ रही है, देन कॉस्ट की भी बात हुई, वो टेंडर किया था, तो L&T, देन नागार्जुन, सापुजी पालन जी, गुड कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वाज वी फाउंड वेरी वेल। उसके बाद में हम स्टेडियम में डिजाइन के ऊपर डिस्कस करने गए। LED लाइट जो आज तक पहले कहीं भी थी नहीं, तो हमने बोला कि कोई पिलर के ऊपर ये सब लाइट होनी चाहिए, जो बीच में कुछ हर्डल नहीं आना चाहिए वगैरह, जो डिजाइन था उसके बारे में सारी बात हुई। पर इतना टेंडर हमने किया तो टेंडर में हमको पता चला कि कितना पैसा लगेगा। तो एक कोट आया था 1000 करोड़ का, दूसरा आया था 900 करोड़ का, उसके बाद में L&T का आया था 700 करोड़ का। तो वो हिसाब से हमने पूरा डिस्कस किया प्राइम मिनिस्टर से और अमित भाई ने, हमने, और उससे ऊपर हमने सारे जितने भी स्टेडियम थे उसकी हमने विजिट की कि कौन सी स्टेडियम में अच्छी सुविधा है और हम कैसे बेटर कर सकते हैं, और वर्ल्ड में कहाँ पे हमको देखना चाहिए कि कौन सा स्टेडियम है जो हम उसको बना सकते हैं। तो मैं इतना वो बोल सकूंगा कि नरेंद्र भाई का जो ड्रीम हमें देखते हैं, आज भी देखते हैं, पहले भी देखा है, उसने बोला नंबर 1 होना चाहिए, मतलब गुजरात में कोई चीज नंबर 1 से कम नहीं होना चाहिए। तो तेरा प्लान क्या है? मैंने बोला सर अपनी कैपेसिटी अभी 50,000 की है, उससे हम बढ़ाएंगे। बोला नहीं, अभी 1 लाख से कम नहीं होना चाहिए। वो नरेंद्र भाई का एक विजन था कि 1 लाख से ज्यादा स्टेडियम में होना चाहिए। अल्टीमेटली हमने 110 कैपेसिटी की। दैट इज द ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी, कि उन्होंने हमको गाइड किया। अमित भाई ने बोला कि ये जो PM बोलते हैं वही हमको करना है, और उस तरह से हमने सारी एक चीज हमने स्टेडियम में देखी कि भाई मेंटेनेंस का क्या कॉस्ट आएगा, क्या मूवमेंट कैसा होगा, लोग कैसे निकलेंगे बाहर, और अंदर फिर पैसे की भी जरूरत थी। तो हम लोग ने फिर स्टेडियम के अंदर जो पैसे की जरूरत थी बैंक से पैसा लिया, और अल्टीमेटली कॉर्पोरेट बॉक्सेस जितने थे वो भी हमने बेचे, सारे हुए कॉर्पोरेट बॉक्सेस। अब हमने कम से कम 75 बॉक्स बनाए हैं, उसमें से 50 बॉक्स हमने बेच दिए। वो हिसाब से हमने एक फंड भी राइज कर दिया, और अभी हमारा स्टेडियम जो है नंबर 1 हुआ उसके लिए कि जो एक कमिटमेंट था GCA का, और सारी टीम थी हमारी, उन्होंने जैसे अमित भाई है, जय है, my son Dhanraj is also there, and other all office bearer was there in the support. तो ये एक स्टेडियम 2 साल में हमने बड़ा किया, पूरा किया, और दैट इज अ गुड इन द पूरा वर्ल्ड के अंदर उसका एक इम्पैक्ट आया कि 110 की कैपेसिटी। आज की तारीख में लोग बोलते थे कि स्टेडियम में भरेंगे, आप कैसे लोग आएंगे, इतना लोग आएंगे ही नहीं स्टेडियम में। तो हमारा एक विजन था कि भाई बनेगा तो सब कुछ लोग आएगा। तो अभी नेशनल गेम की भी बात चल रही है, और दूसरी मोटिव हम लोग फुटबॉल भी करते हैं, तो ये सी यूज हो जाएगी। ऐसा करके हमने ये स्टेडियम को 110 की कैपेसिटी जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की थी उसी पे हमने स्टिक करके ये स्टेडियम बनाया।
लेकिन आप बोल रहे मेंटेनेंस, इतना बड़ा स्टेडियम का मेंटेनेंस भी तो बहुत मुश्किल का काम होगा।
हाँ, तो मेंटेनेंस के लिए हमने उसका एक फंड, कॉर्पोरेट फंड्स भी बनाया हुआ है, तो दैट इज नॉट एन इशू।
And you are also now the president of the Gujarat football.
Yes.
So फुटबॉल के लिए गुजरात में क्या काम हो रहा है?
आज तक क्रिकेट को ही गुजरात में ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस मिलता था। अभी हमने जो स्टार्ट किया हुआ है कि फुटबॉल के लिए पूरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जितनी भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट है उसके हम लोग मीटिंग करते हैं और मैं प्रेसिडेंट बना हूं, तो हमको लगता है कि जितना फुटबॉल का नाम आज है उससे कैसे बड़ा बनाएंगे, क्योंकि क्रिकेट तो एक एस्टेब्लिश्ड है, बट जैसे मेरा एक अनुभव है, जो हमारे जैसे चेयरपर्सन है नीता भाभी अंबानी, उन्होंने भी फुटबॉल में काम करते हैं और रिलायंस की टीम भी काम कर रही है, तो उसे प्रेरणा लेके हमने देखा है कि भाई मैं गुजरात में फुटबॉल का नाम आगे लाऊंगा और हमारी जितनी टीम है फुटबॉल की वो बहुत सपोर्टिंग है, और सारे स्टेट में चाहे तो अहमदाबाद है या सूरत है, वलसाड़ है, सब लोग अच्छी तरह से फुटबॉल को आगे कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे आशा है कि आने वाले 3-4 साल में फुटबॉल लोग सोचेंगे कि भाई फुटबॉल इतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो गया है गुजरात के अंदर।
और अभी जो ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन के प्रेसिडेंट बने कल्याण चौबे जी ने, उसका भी
वो हमारे
नॉमिनेशन गुजरात से गए, तो उससे आपको क्या उम्मीद है?
नहीं, हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है कि गुजरात से हो गए और फुटबॉल को ही आगे ले जाएंगे, और हमारे गुजरात की नहीं पूरे फुटबॉल की जो बेहतरीन काम होगा वो उनके हाथ से होगा।
और भी दूसरे ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट में काम करने वाले हैं आगे जाके?
नहीं, मैं फुटबॉल और क्रिकेट में ही काम करता हूँ, सो मेरा ज्यादा वो नहीं है, इंटरेक्शन नहीं है।
थैंक यू सो मच परिमल भाई।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
तो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट और प्रैक्टिकल डिस्कशन था, तो आगे के दिनों में हम ऐसे ही फुटबॉल को भी आगे बढ़ता देखेंगे। तो थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर दिस डिस्कशन। और अब मैं आयन सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि परिमल सर को मोमेंटो देके फेलिसिटेट करें। Put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir. So कैसे नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे और किस तरीके से उस पे गुजरात मॉडल काम कर रहा है सब लोग मिल करके, कुछ वर्षों में आगे हमें दिखेगा। सो नाउ मूविंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर अनदर दिस पैनल डिस्कशन, जिसमें हम लोग बात करने वाले हैं कि कोई भी चीज हो, इधर इट्स गवर्नमेंट या कोई भी तरीके की फील्ड में आगे अगर ग्रोथ करना है तो कोऑर्डिनेशन से काम करना पड़ेगा। कोऑर्डिनेशन बिटवीन द पब्लिक एंड प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आपको कई देशों में आप देखिए कि पब्लिक और प्राइवेट सेक्टर मिलके जब काम करते हैं तो रिजल्ट कुछ अलग ही आता है, और जिससे ग्रोथ ऑब्वियसली एट द एंड कंट्री का ही होता है। तो ऐसे ही पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, क्योंकि आज हम स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, तो देखते हैं कि ये किस तरीके से स्पोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट की ओर काम करेगा। तो उसके लिए मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ फॉर नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन, जो है पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप फॉर स्पोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट। I take this opportunity and please join me to welcome moderator हमारे जो इस पैनल के हैं, LV नवनीत सर, CEO द हिंदू। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत है।
Good afternoon and welcome to this panel discussion on public-private partnerships for sports development. Therefore, eminent people on our panel, I invite all of them to stage. Mr. Harsh Goel, Associate Principal and Director, Landscape Architecture and Urban Design from INI Design Institute. I invite you on the stage, please. Ms. Manisha Malhotra, Head of Sports Excellence and Scouting from JSW Sports. Dr. Akanksha Prajapati, Sports Director from Parul University. and Mr. Arjun Singh Rana, Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Sports University. So the topic for our panel is public-private partnerships for sports development, and we speak about public-private partnerships with PPP. It's not just about infrastructure, but it's also about structure of sports itself. May I invite brief comments from each of you, starting from that side, to talk us through the role of infrastructure and structure in public-private partnerships.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this premium discussion and a conference. In the sports, but I mean in most of the fields, public-private partnership is pretty important, and so is in sports. More so, what we are seeing, the infrastructure especially, as we go back, generally we have seen the government investing in the infrastructure. However, and that's throughout the world, not just in India. However, somehow the public spending for sports is not really a vote bank, or it doesn't necessarily give that kind of importance from a direct public interest point of view. So somehow the overall spending goes down. I mean, I'm not talking generally किसी state में बढ़ रहा होगा, कम हो रहा होगा, but if you see in the overall perspective of what the overall budget is for a state government or a national government, the expenditure on sports is generally very limited. Now that's not just the case in India. Even in US, when I spoke to some of my colleagues during our works, what I understand that in 80s and 90s, like in 1990s, 80s, till then it was public infrastructure, and then the private partnership started. So in India also that change is happening right now. Not just in bringing, not so much in bringing the infrastructure into it, but participation in terms of operations, in terms of clubs, in terms of teams. And I think as we move ahead, that interaction and more innovative methods of how various teams who are probably owned by private investors, how that interest comes in development of infrastructure also on a significant level. How and what procedures and what methods can be taken where the ratio of, let's say, 50-50 is achieved, even in large infrastructure projects for sports. I think that's just an opening thought.
Well, I mean, I think what he's saying is absolutely correct. And firstly, thank you for having me, and I'm quite honored to be a part of, I mean, I've grown up really with Sportstar, so it's very close to every athlete's heart. In terms of the corporate entities now kind of working together with the government in various verticals of sport, and I think that my expertise lies in the development of sport. I think that Indian sport has reached some sort of a crossroads. I think that we are now at a place where the government is investing significant amounts of money, and there is no dearth of anything pretty much that is really lacking and that our athletes are not getting. Yet we now need the private entities to come in on a completely different out-of-box thinking way. I mean, I think that the government needs to use all corporates to the advantage of best practices, having athletes, each training center should be having much more accountable benchmarks, which is something that is a little lost right now. And when we talk about training athletes and when we talk about all the different centers that India has, they're not being able to churn out the results that actually they were earmarked to do. So I really do believe that this is the time now for the government to kind of open its doors and get the corporates all involved and make it a much larger movement than it is right now.
Namaskar.
First of all, I am very much thankful to the Sportstar and the Way Sports Conclave and all the organizers. And I am a part of the discussion for the PPP model. So I would like to go in my history part that I worked sincerely under the guidance of our Ratnakar sir in BCCI. I started my journey as a physio trainer and then manager. I did my double doctorate. First doctorate in sports medicine and second in sports management from Ahmedabad. So that is my background. So I have seen the corporate sports, I have seen the true sense of the advanced sports in the field of cricket. Before 3 years I was appointed as a Vice Chancellor in Gujarat Sports University by Government of Gujarat. And even the nodal officer for the Fit India movement as well. And the Sports Authority of Gujarat, my responsibility is the officer on special duty for the national games and for the SEG. So while comparing the two things, in the government sector, I would like to give full credit क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी परम श्रद्धेय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो विजनरी प्राइम मिनिस्टर उन्होंने पीपीपी मॉडल के लिए एक मैं आपको बहुत अच्छा एग्जांपल सेट देने जा रहा हूँ. हम सबको मालूम है कि ट्रांस स्टेडिया एक अहमदाबाद के अंदर कांकरिया में मणिनगर में एक अच्छा सा कॉम्प्लेक्स अच्छा सा स्टेडियम बनाया हुआ है. इट इज द फर्स्ट पीपीपी मॉडल, बेस्ट पीपीपी मॉडल नॉट इन गुजरात बट इन इंडिया. इन इंडिया इसलिए मैं आपको कह रहा हूँ कि थोड़े दिनों पहले केवड़िया के अंदर पूरे भारत के सभी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर्स की एक मीट हुई थी. वहां पे यही डिस्कशन चला था कि पीपीपी मॉडल हम लोग कैसे इंट्रोड्यूस करें. हर एक स्टेट, हर एक सिटीज में अलग अलग कंपनीज आ गया है और लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स दैट मॉडल. एंड गुजरात थोड़े दिनों पहले ही हम लोगों ने न्यू स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी इंट्रोड्यूस की. तो पीपीपी मॉडल और पीपीपी मॉडल का क्या बेनिफिट है, उसको स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए कितना कितना जरूरियत के मुताबिक गवर्नमेंट का रोल है एंड व्हाट विल बी द रोल ऑफ ए कंपनी. तो पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप में पब्लिक को भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम भी उसमें ऑनरशिप फीलिंग कर रहे हैं. तो स्पोर्ट्स फॉर ऑल, तो स्पोर्ट्स फॉर ऑल में ऑनरशिप स्पोर्ट्स का जो रिलेशन मेंटेन हो रहा है वो अच्छे से अच्छा ये ट्रांस स्टेडियम में हो रहा है. तो उसी दिन हमने ट्रांस स्टेडिया के इन्वेस्टर्स मिस्टर उदित पटेल और पूरी टीम को बुलाया था. एंड ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर अनुराग ठाकुर जी वाज देयर, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ गुजरात स्पोर्ट्स हमारे यंग एनर्जेटिक एंड डायनामिक मिस्टर अजय शंघवी जी वाज देयर और सीएम साहब ऑनरेबल सीएम साहब भूपेंद्र पटेल साहब भी आए थे जिनके नेतृत्व में पूरा गुजरात का स्पोर्ट्स अभी डेवलप हो रहा है. तो पीपीपी के ऊपर हम लोग अभी 40% इतना वेटेज दे रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात. इट्स ए वेरी गुड साइन. So we need more stadiums, more PPP models in Gujarat. Maybe in each and every district we are going to cover it. हम लोग अभी गुजरात में हर एक जिलों के अंदर 33 जिले 252 तालुकाओं के अंदर एक ऐसा मॉडल इंट्रोड्यूस करने जा रहे हैं अगले महीने या इसके बाद के महीने में कि जिसके अंदर एक मल्टीपर्पज हॉल हो और बेसिक फैसिलिटीज में 400 मीटर का ट्रैक हो. अपार्ट फ्रॉम क्रिकेट उसमें अलग अलग गेम्स उसमें इंडियन गेम्स जो है वो भी इंट्रोड्यूस हो जाए. तो उसके लिए भी वी हैव ओपन द डोर्स फॉर द पीपीपी. और भी न्यारा है, रिलायंस है, वैसी कंपनियां बीपीसीएल इज आल्सो देयर. तो दे आर गोइंग टू बीट देयर पार्ट. न्यारा वालों ने भी अभी एंट्री की है नहीं तो उनके दिमाग में था कि हम लोग सीएसआर फंड डाले और सीएसआर के उपरांत हम लोग पीपीपी मॉडल पे ऐसे मॉडल्स हम इंट्रोड्यूस करें. तो आई थिंक इन 2023 गुजरात विल बी द फर्स्ट स्टेट इन इंडिया कि जहां पे स्टेक होल्डर्स हमारे पीपीपी मॉडल पे सभी स्पोर्ट्स फैसिलिटी, स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना के छोड़ना नहीं है, उसके अंदर हमें प्राण डालना है. कैसे? वी हैव टू अपॉइंट गुड क्वालिफाइड स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोथेरापिस्ट, ट्रेनर्स, कोचेस फॉर द वेरियस गेम्स. उसके अलावा हाउसकीपिंग है, उसका मेंटेनेंस है, बिकॉज मेंटेनेंस प्लेज ए बिग रोल. हम लोगों ने कई यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी देखा है, कई हमारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात के स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात के हमारे जो कॉम्प्लेक्सेस है उसमें भी देखा है कि वहाँ पे मेंटेनेंस की वजह से, मेंटेनेंस अच्छे नहीं होने की वजह से थोड़े थोड़े दिनों के बाद वो पूरा डैमेज हो रहा है. तो वी वांट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कि विच विल बी वेरी वेल मेंटेन साइंटिफिकली एज वेल एज ए कॉर्पोरेट स्पोर्ट्स के हिसाब से. तो स्लोली वी आर कमिंग अप एंड 100% एग्री कि बीपीपी मॉडल को अच्छे से अच्छा बढ़ावा मिलना चाहिए और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात इज very keen to take the first step on behalf of government of Gujarat, as a representative. मैं आप सबके सामने बताते हुए बहुत गर्व महसूस करता हूँ. Thank you.
Namaskar. First of all, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to share my views with such intellectuals sitting here. When we are talking about the sports, as rightly said, not structure in sports infrastructure की हम बात नहीं करते हैं, sports का ही structure. So I really amazed why people say that sports is something like a discipline. If we are looking at the sports culture of India, it is a part of our life. And generally when we talk about the sports, people think and target towards the competitive sports only. While sports, as we all are agree with the point that sports is a part of our life, and whether you are in competitive sports, whether you are in recreative sports, we need certain facilities, infrastructure. And when we are talking specifically about the competitive sports or the performance-oriented sports, there we need more than only the infrastructures, because where we need the sports physiotherapists, where we need the sports psychologists, where we need the persons who are specific in the training. The days have gone कि बस coach आते थे और खिलाते रहते थे. Now the competition have rise so much that we need expertise in all the areas. Okay, so here we can't put all the responsibility on the government shoulders only. कि आप infrastructure दीजिए, आप ये कीजिए. Nowadays, if we are looking, private companies private partnerships are coming together, because of course when we are calling sports is a life, it's a part of our life. Okay, so it is not that those who are competing in higher performance sections only, they require facilities. We require facilities right from the school educations. We require facility in higher education sectors. We require facilities for excellence in sports centers. So, yes, when we are talking at the larger scale, we can't give all the responsibility to one sectors. We all have to come together. And of course, it is not happening. It is happening, and we are able to see the results as well. When we are talking about the hockey, now the Odisha is giving so much support. Hero is coming forward too. Because when we are talking about the facility, when we are talking about the performances, we have to give them different facilities. But we are talking right from the infrastructure, right from their diet, right from their performance analysis. So when they get a platform where they don't have to take care of other problems, a player can perform much better. And that can only happen when private sectors will come together to help. Like Reliance is giving support, Hero is giving support, Tata Industry is giving support. So many. These are certain names, but everywhere. So we need support from both sectors to develop this sports, not only for performance perspectives, but to enhance the lifestyle of an Indian, of a citizen of India.
Thank you. I have lots of questions, but we don't have too much time, so I'll try to ask specific questions to each of you so we get a perspective of it. Mr. Harsh, my question to you is about sports tourism. We have been hearing the word a long time. I know you're involved to an extent in it. What do you think are the pillars around which one can mount a sports tourism industry? And how can Gujarat become a destination for sports tourism? And is there a role of a PPP model in that?
I think I'm generally working a lot on the tourism projects and some sports projects as well. So bringing them together is another field in itself. But I mean, just thinking about it, sports tourism, if for example, let's say we have more tournaments, we have more facilities, of course that brings in tourism. And people come for those sports, people come to see the facilities, people come for those sports, people go around and
and that definitely gives a boost to tourism. For example, 2 years back, when Gujarat and Ahmedabad, under the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, started thinking about hosting large multi-sporting event, international event, maybe an Asiad, or then it settled down to 2036 Olympics target, positioning Ahmedabad for that. So we came in as designers initially for the Sports Enclave, and we did the initial concept master plan for the Sports Enclave, which was to be built around the Narendra Modi Stadium on the riverfront. So if that kind of a facility happens, and Narendra Modi Stadium in itself, now when I talk around to people, they want to come and see that stadium. That stadium is so huge, so amazing, people just want to see that. So definitely that, I mean, any sporting facility, any infrastructure that comes in, more sports coming in, that brings in tourism. So, and that affects and helps overall, because when tourism comes in, hotel industry also builds up. Like for those, when we were planning for the initial master plan for the Olympic Village, Olympic Enclave, there's to be residential apartments, hotels. We were analyzing how many hotel industries there in the city, what else to be built, and then how after the event, all these facilities will be taken care and what the catchment would be. But the initial boost and everything, I think overall it is part of it.
Thanks. I have a quick additional out of syllabus question, more as a fan of sports than from an administrative point of view. We spoke about design of infrastructure, design of stadiums. With a few notable exceptions, why is infrastructure in India so poorly designed for the fans? You ask any fan who goes to a stadium, he says, the stadium is not designed for me, I don't get a great experience. I am better off watching it on TV, and just a show of hands and all the young kids here will raise their hands. Your thoughts on what can we do as a country to improve the fan experience as part of infrastructure design?
I think most of the facilities which have been designed, which we see now, they were built many decades back, and the space constraint in some stadiums, some there is no space constraint, but somehow, and they are built so rarely, that you don't have that kind of an expertise which builds up and deals only with sports experience and all. And look, just when we were developing that Sports Enclave, we were talking to our partners in US. Odell is an architecture firm who deals only with sports. So there in US there are so many firms like Populous who did the Narendra Modi Stadium. These firms have leaders and senior architects, senior designers who live their life in sports infrastructure. We don't have those kind of firms in India because there is not that kind of a business. So the designers are also designing multiple things. That experience particularly is not focus of the state or person who was building at that time, that was also not much. But as things are moving on and new facilities are coming, even projects in universities which we are building, some of the facilities like the indoor stadium in Shivnadar University which we did, amazing facility, very nice experience, but they're happening.
Ms. Manisha, question around IAS. IAS of course has sustained and grown through corporate CSR of the Jindals, and now I think a few more corporate partners on board. And we are very proud of what you do as part of what you do at IAS. My question is, what role would you wish the government plays as a PPP partner in initiatives such as IAS?
I think that the whole mindset needs to be completely different when you think of a corporate entity setting up a sports performance space. There's one IIS if you think of the length and breadth of our nation, even probably 30 such institutes would be less. So there's definitely scope for the government to encourage and kind of nudge the corporate sector to get into this space. And as ma'am rightly said, sport is a movement, and it doesn't always, elite sport is the smallest tip of the pinnacle of the iceberg, and that's not what's going to change sport in the world, and that's not what's really going to make a difference. That's going to highlight it a little bit, give you a little bit of that glamour in media. But it's taking sport to the smallest areas and taking sport.
Sports ground and infrastructures earlier, but nowadays private universities are equally now coming up, as we have limited government university earlier, but now we have equally private universities, and these universities are providing facilities like infrastructure at their own cost, and in government university, the government is supporting to develop the infrastructure at their national federations and norms. So these things are helping a lot, and these structures are helping and encouraging sports person at the higher education sectors also. And as we are saying that private, when it comes to the private university, they are expanding because now they are looking in other ways also. They are looking like if sports is so popular, so if their sports person, they are giving facilities to the sports person, then they are bringing some laurels to their university, it would be like marketing for them. They are looking in that perspective also. And in government university also, government is providing facility, they are working in their ways. So yes, it is private because ultimately a child is going for education in some or the other kind of university, whether it is private or it is government. There they are getting infrastructures, they are getting basic facilities, and so these things are helping them to achieve their targets when we are talking about the performance oriented, and when we are talking about the engaging themselves in certain or the other sports activities. Now all the universities are very much well aware because national education policies, culture which is coming up nowadays in India, it very much supporting to this, and that has a positive impact in the lifestyle of the students as well. Nowadays when they are getting time, they are asking for, they need to be engaged in their sports field. It is they are developing the interest with such other ways. These policies also helping because compulsory, whether they are in medical, they are in engineering, they are not in physical education specific courses, though they have regular schedule of their ground activities in their timetable. So somewhere these things are helping them, it means creating a way them to be on the ground. Once they will be on the ground, their interest will definitely going to be developed.
Thank you. So मेरा सवाल आपसे है कि see there's a lot of public-private partnerships go on, and many of it is around creating infrastructure, physical or otherwise. So we create infrastructure for sports, or we create centers of excellence for training. But most of these models depend on people coming to the institute, or people coming to infrastructure, which is one way of solving for it. मेरा सवाल ये है कि is there a case to create mobile infrastructure that we can take to people? And is there a role for a public-private partnership? So for instance, it is possible with some sports, may not be possible for some. But is there a role to create infrastructure that can travel on wheels, for instance, that can go from place to place? And those become centers where people interested can come back to where the infrastructure is.
Exactly. During the time of Corona, the Swarnim Gujarat Sports University and our sports department, we have created the app also on the mobile, that to mobile to sports, play via mobile. But that is only possible, that is very limited. But you know, in those days, people are not coming out, so they have to stay at home. The Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, what we have planned, we are sending the videos from the athletes from home, and they have to follow, the students and all other citizens, they have to follow. And we have prepared a guideline for the fitness and wellness, for the sports nutrition as well, along with the booklet. The e-booklet was circulated in all over India for 135 crore people, and it was given the permission by the government of Gujarat and the state, national government, Bharat Sarkar. So you are absolutely right, but nowadays the situation has been changed. The PPP model, we have already asked few that motion movies, the motion pictures, where they can wear some glasses and all. We are working on it because Swarnim Gujarat Sports University is going to inaugurate maybe on 29th of September with the hands of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. It will be launched, inaugurated digitally. So again, that is a part of that. The viewers will see there, and then we are going to launch some few apps also for the sports specific apps, so that they can play home. We are going to introduce in the school level, then college level, and entry level. So basically our sports university, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, government state university, is a hub. Then everybody has to run around. It's a pivot basically. So you're absolutely right, we are working on the scientific part also for that mobile to sports, how to continue with that part. But personally, I feel that being an athlete and being a cricket player, I personally feel that we need to be on the ground. But for some people, we have planned for the Divyang children also, the para-athletes also, we are working on it. And we are also supporting the Divyang para-athletes, the Commonwealth Games, the Olympic Games, the Sports University as well as the Sports Department. And Bhavina is sitting in front of me and we are proud of it. और दूसरी बात मैं मैडम के जो बात थी उसमें एक ऐड करना चाहूँगा कि हमारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात ने गुजरात की एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट को 10 करोड़ 20 करोड़ रुपीस फंडिंग करके वहाँ पे अच्छा सा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा किया है, जो कि आप गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर हमारे डॉक्टर भगत सिंह वनार साहब के नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में एक अच्छा सा स्पोर्ट्स विलेज, अच्छा था, आप वहाँ पे ओलंपिक्स गेम भी करा सकोगे. So basically we all, government is looking for the Olympics 2036. So that is our goal. For your national games, national games maybe within 3 months we all have on the first, same page, our Gujarat State Olympic Association President Singh is here, all other Vice Chancellors, Jala Sahib is there, all Admiral sir is there, all senior Vice Chancellors are here. So all are on the first page. As far as the sports is concerned, so sports it's a base for the unity. We have to unite the nation. And basic is the Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat. तो उसके अंदर हमें फिजिकली भी सबको जोड़ना है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ग्राउंड, फैसिलिटीज, साइंटिफिक कोचेज, साइंटिफिक ट्रेनर्स देके, और स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी में वी हैव प्लान कि उसमें नॉट ओनली फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर्स बट वी कैन डेवलप द स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट. आई हैड अ वर्ड विद मिस्टर राजेश शर्मा जी ऑल्सो. राजेश शर्मा जी इज गोइंग टू कम नेक्स्ट मंथ फॉर द विजिटिंग फैकल्टी लेक्चरर्स. तो उनको एक विजिटिंग लेक्चर्स डिलीवर करके वी वांट टू प्रोड्यूस द स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट, कि वेदर यू आर ए गुड बिलियर्ड प्लेयर, वेदर यू आर ए गुड टेनिस प्लेयर और क्रिकेटर, एक सर्टन एज के बाद आपकी कैरियर स्पोर्ट्स की कम हो जाती है, मीन्स कि बंद जैसे ही हो जाता है। मगर स्पोर्ट्समैन कभी ग्राउंड से अलग नहीं रह सकता, चाहे वो इंडोर गेम्स खेल रहा हो या चाहे आउटडोर। और हमारे सामने कीर्ति बैठे हैं, तो कीर्ति तो मेरे साथ यहाँ पे स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात में एक बार डायरेक्टर भी रह चुके हैं, पूरा देखते थे स्पोर्ट्स का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह। तो वी हैव वेरी गुड डिस्कशन फॉर दैट। और उसके लिए स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिज्म 1 year डिप्लोमा इज देयर एंड द डिग्री कोर्स इज देयर। तो टेनिस प्लेयर कैन गिव द प्रॉपर जजमेंट एंड प्रॉपर बेनिफिट टू द IITA टूर्नामेंट। क्रिकेट में रणजी ट्रॉफी हो रहा है तो रणजी ट्रॉफी के लिए वो देख सकेगा। क्रिकेटर कैन गिव द बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस एज ए स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट। उसके अलावा हमारे पास स्पोर्ट्स इवेंट मैनेजमेंट है, स्पोर्ट्स मैनेजमेंट है और स्पोर्ट्स टूरिज्म है। तो उस हिसाब से अलग अलग फैकल्टीज को जोड़ के एक तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और PPP मॉडल वी हैव इनवाइटेड एंड वी हैव गॉट अ वेरी गुड रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स। उसके अलावा मूवमेंट टू स्पोर्ट्स के जरिए आपका जो क्वेश्चन था उसको हम अभी छोड़ना नहीं चाहते, बोले कोरोना नहीं, मगर हम ऐसे ग्रास रूट लेवल पे जाना चाहते हैं गुजरात में कि जो 18,000 गांव है, फिट इंडिया मूवमेंट हमने चलाया, तो कभी कभी हमने फिट इंडिया मूवमेंट थ्रू एक्सरसाइज भी चलाया, दैट वाज अगेन ऑन द मोबाइल। यहाँ पे वी आर गोइंग, इवन आई वाज आल्सो परफॉर्मिंग ऑन द स्टेज ऑन द योगा, आसनास एंड ऑल द एक्सरसाइज, साइंटिफिक एक्सरसाइज, वेट ट्रेनिंग, सर्किट ट्रेनिंग एट होम एंड द बॉयज आर फॉलोइंग दैट। तो इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट। तो हमें तो सबको जोड़ने का काम है। मेन थिंग इज दैट कि हमें गुजरात की 6.5 करोड़ की जनता को स्पोर्ट्स में मीन्स की डिजिटली जोड़े, जो नहीं जुड़ सके उसको, और फिजिकली सबको ग्राउंड पे लाए।
सुपर, थैंक यू। एंड जो आप बात कर रहे थे स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिज्म का, हम तो बहुत साल से कर रहे हैं, एंड ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ स्पोर्ट्सस्टार एंड हिंदू आई कैन अश्योर यू,
वी विल जॉइन हैंड्स टुगेदर,
वी विल जॉइन हैंड्स, वी विल क्यूरेट एंड हेल्प यू मैनेज दैट कोर्स।
विश्वनाथ विल टेक द लीड फ्रॉम
यस।
ऋषि भाई ने मेरे बहुत आर्टिकल्स,
I have lots more questions, but we are out of time. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this nice panel discussion. And now I request Sir to give memento to all the panelists and felicitate them with the memento. So any kind of partnership needs good coordination, good unity between public and private. So सबको साथ में मिलकर के काम करना है, तभी कोई भी तरीके का डेवलपमेंट मुमकिन हो पाता है। Thank you so much. So this is how the intellectual panel discussions are going on. Layers by layers, we are getting the answers of the questions we have in our heart, in our mind. So moving further, not only sports could be the means to earn your daily bread, but even it has alternate careers which make your way easy to build a future in it. So our next panel discussion topic is alternate career in sports. For that, I request our moderator, Mr. Amol Karhatkar sir, to come on the stage. Round of applause everyone for him. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks a lot for staying on. Let me just welcome our esteemed panelists. We start off with the legendary Q Sports person from Ahmedabad, and beyond his Q Sports contribution, he has been instrumental in starting the sports revolution in India as a co-founder of the Olympic Gold Quest. Mr. Keith Sethi, please. We also have Mr. Prashant Khanna, whose body of work is just summarized in his designation. He is the Executive Director of Field Operations, Technological Development, Studio and Design at Star Sports Disney Star. Thanks a lot, sir. Let me welcome Mr. Christopher Pedra. Christopher is one of the most renowned sports rehabilitation expert who has been involved with Reliance Foundation for the last 6 years. And the professor is left for the last. Professor Isaac Jacob, please join us. Professor Jacob is the Professor Emeritus at the KJ Somaiya Institute of Management. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. I'll obviously start off with the sports person. It's the Sportstar event. We know what OGQ has been doing in terms of creating champion athletes. Beyond that, do you actually have all of you started putting a trust on creating elite sports support system as such? Can you give us an insight into how do you go about it?
How do we go about creating support systems for the athletes? So, Olympic Gold Quest is a not-for-profit where we support athletes who have a potential to win Olympic medals for India. Very dedicated, very specific, and very, very focused. So, the answer to your question really is we have a medical science team, we have physiotherapists on board, we have mental trainers on board, we have the best coaches from around the world. We have a team of doctors, especially orthopedic doctors, and in active sport you find that there are a lot of injuries. Mirabai Chanu, in fact, she had about 4 or 5 injuries before she went for the Olympics, and they were all being managed by these doctors who are all in place, the best in class. So this is the kind of ecosystem that we have created, and the whole ecosystem works, together, not in isolation. So, and I think for an athlete, the biggest support system is emotion. The person who is supporting you has to be emotional, and he has to have the emotional attachment with you, not just somebody who's providing the money and saying, here's the money, go and do it. You can go to the best doctor anywhere in the world, but there is a support system where there are people who care for you, they are next to you, they are with you when you are injured. And that's the time when an athlete needs, I think, the biggest support system, when an athlete is injured, how to come out of the injury and then go on to win Olympic medals. So,
okay, and while going about it, do you actually have a team of full-time, all the specialists working with OGQ on a full-time basis? Or
all full-time physiotherapists, mental trainers, sports science, coaches, they're all full-time, salaries paid by Olympic Gold Quest. Of course, the OGQ team, which is the management team of OGQ itself, is led by Viren Raskina, who is, he was the captain of the 2004 Olympic hockey team. So he's a full-time, he's a board member, he's a CEO. We have Neha Agarwal, she represented India in table tennis at the Beijing Olympics. So there are, the whole team out there, both in the management and on the field, who are there supporting the athletes.
Thanks. Chris, you just touched upon some of the support aspects which you have been an integral part of. You have been coming down to India quite regularly for more than half a decade now. In terms of creating these support structures, how much of a change have you witnessed over the last few years?
A massive change in a short term. Obviously, Keith touched a lot on the work that OGQ does, but I think the big change that I've seen, at least in nearly 7 years that I've been here, but probably a little bit longer than that, is that the public-private partnership and the NGO aspect of all of this is really, it's now become mainstream. It's now become the accepted way that we're probably going to get the best results in Indian sport. I think for a while maybe there was a little bit of friction. Not to point any fingers, but I think after a number of attempts at different things, this is probably the thing that most of us have settled on at the moment is going to be the successful route. And through that process, you've seen things like physiotherapy support. Obviously, I'm physio, but strength and conditioning support, sports medicine support, and even if it is in-house specialists that these organizations, I'm obviously part of Reliance Foundation, we have a very large team, whether it's in-house specialists Or if there is a niche requirement, not having too big an ego to go outside the ecosystem and say, right, look, this is the best thing for the athletes. What do we need here? And I'm sure that you would be willing to concede that as well, as every now and then there is a requirement for a certain athlete at the pinnacle of what they're doing that maybe isn't locally available, and the ecosystem works well when it's able to absorb that person temporarily for their expertise, learn from them, grow from them, and then hopefully send the athletes out in a better shape, and potentially nurture those relationships for future reference as well. So no, it's grown a hell of a lot since I've been here, and it's still growing. I think that's the important thing, is we're certainly nowhere near where we need to be from a support structure point of view, from talent identification to all the way through to Olympic and Commonwealth medals. There's a lot of scope for change, but it's an opportunity. It's no longer a case of, I think, pointing out things that are going wrong. It's just that it's relatively in its infancy more than anything else.
Wonderful. I'll get back to both of you. Let me get Prashant in. We have spoken about all the on-field requirements and the developments so far. Prashant, usually a typical sports enthusiast ends up thinking that when it comes to sports broadcasting, you can either be a journalist, a paid journalist like some of us who are organizing this event, or the commentators. Beyond that, not many realize that there is a vast field of broadcast industry as such, which requires specialists in many spheres. Can you just give a lowdown about the opportunities that are waiting for sports enthusiasts, not necessarily sports persons, to explore if they want to make a career in sports?
No, absolutely. And thank you for bringing it up. Geet mentioned about the athlete support system and what the athletes do. Our job is to make them really good on television or on OTT or whatever platforms. But what's really interesting is that there is again a big ecosystem behind that. Right from what you see on television, apart from the commentators or talent, there is obviously a graphic designer, a project operations manager, a cameraman, to an analyst, to a statistician, to where the replays come from, and where the makeup comes from, on how they look, and this is just an empire. In terms of one cricket match that gets produced, to give you an example, for IPL we have close to about 350 people at the back end that are producing those multiple feeds, across the board. So, in terms of just careers, I think it's vast. We work with from data scientists to who are actually putting together what we do in terms of front-facing technologies for our feeds, to creative designers who actually decide how big that graphic should be so it's legible on screen or versus a mobile. To creative people who are actually scripting in terms of what has to be said, what is the commentator listening, where is he coming back in terms of his stories. So it's actually all those segments. And to give you an example, I take my example. I've spent a little over 2 decades in the industry, and I started from entertainment. Went to being a sports enthusiast. The time that you live in today, I think the number of opportunities that exist are far greater than what they were a couple of years ago. And then moving from entertainment to operations to technology to now looking after various aspects of production. I think if there is no real degree or course that expects you to do it. I think if the intent is there, I think there are multiple opportunities.
Wonderful. Thanks, Prashant. I'll come to the professor now. I haven't come to you the last because the professor will speak the most, but because of your experience, of your research. I just want to know, sports with all these experts have already explained has evolved, is even evolving into a large industry in India. It's become a business now, and you have a course designed for sports managers. How do you actually ensure that the requirements of a sport or a sport person are actually a part of the management course?
Hello. Thank you very much for having me on this particular forum. Thanks to Sportstar, thanks to you. Absolutely correct. What we have done is to look at it from the point of view of making, most people who come into sports, they are passionate about sports. So we looked at this entire thing and said that how do you make your passion your profession? And the entire course structure that we have at our university, we have got it at the undergraduate level as well as at the postgraduate, both is. The undergraduate level is mostly technical. For instance, you come in, you get a degree after 3 years of going through the entire this thing, and you can actually get into a profession of becoming either a physical instructor or a coach or whichever sport that you are excelling in. And you will know the technicalities of that entire thing, be it strength training, the entire lot, nutritional, this thing. We got hooked, the entire thing about sports medicine, which is built up into the whole structure of the course and things like that. So it will make you a professional who can take your passion into the next level of really making it into your profession. Now at the postgraduate level, what we have looked at is to look at sports management as a vertical that will get into professionalizing our sport. In the morning we heard about the fact that professionalizing sport is a very important thing to really take it into the next level of the sports itself, for instance. So we have courses which are developed, and this is again a 2-year postgraduate program in management, and where right from understanding everything about management, marketing, operations, including every other thing, we have got other facilities that are built up. For instance, facility management, security management is now becoming highly important and things like that as such. So it will give you a grounded understanding of how managing professionally the whole business of sport itself is concerned as such. So it's really taking it into the next level of actually taking your profession into your passion into a profession.
Okay. Taking the same thread forward, I want to ask both Geet and Prashant. These young sports managers, on and off the field roles, do they actually realize, as in the sports management institutes, their curriculum is designed to create sports managers? Are they actually ready to be sports managers for the whole? From an athlete perspective, is Indian sport ready to have a professional sports manager?
I think that it's a very self-evident answer. Of course we are ready. Professionalism in sport was required 30 years ago, and it's required now more than ever. So I personally believe that an entire ecosystem in our country, starting from political will, starting from hunger of the athletes, starting from desire in the athletes of not just wanting to represent India in the Olympics, but wanting to go there to win an Olympic medal, Olympic gold medal, not even an Olympic medal, along with the infrastructure development, along with the kind of support systems that they have through NGOs, through TOPS, through Sports Authority of India. So everything is merging together, everything is kind of coming together, and we are at an inflection point. So of course we need sports managers who are. So I'll give you an example. I run this NGO OGQ, and it's Prakash, Vishwanath Anand, myself, and Viren. Viren is, of course, the former captain of the Indian Olympic hockey team. But the organization can't function with just sports people. We need financial managers. We need people who can get us funding. We need people to show us marketing. There's so many aspects to finally creating something of value. And an athlete's performance is of the greatest value, both for the athlete and for the nation. So we need more courses, sir, like you're designing, and finally how good a professional manager is. All the theory in the world is not going to prepare him for when he comes onto the field of handling the egos of people, or of seeing to it that federation works nicely with the athlete. So those are the nuances that come into place, which I don't believe they'll be teaching them at college at the MBA level, or even if they teach it, it will not be with the kind of depth that finally will. So how good a professional manager, sports manager becomes will then, I think, he or she will have to rely on all these qualities, their personal qualities of how good they can then become. But really, I think broadly, we desperately need good sports managers, and they are good sports managers in the field today.
I'm so happy to hear that, Prashant.
Yeah, so it's actually agree with everything that you said, and it has to be broken in two parts. One, sports is a business like any other business, so you need to run it with every single aspect, that's there. So from marketing, finance, running the business back end, and then making sure, whether it's the athlete support system or, in our case, when we look at broadcast, our philosophy is to actually look for, the right skill set. It doesn't really matter what background you're coming from or what gender you have. It's largely, are you fit for that role, and can you really fill it? The second bit is, general management is a very, very broad term. Today you can break it down in terms of saying, do I really need to get a general management degree, or do I really need to figure out what part of the sports business really interests me? Is it the creative side of it? Is it the business side of it? Is it the athlete side of it? Is it, managing relationships, egos? Is a different skill set altogether? And, a lot of this you actually learn on the job, and what you need is right mentors, right kind of people within that space. So I think it's being generalized a lot today. It needs to be actually broken down into specifics. We have sports medicine now that's come in, and sports nutrition that's been spoken of. Earlier it was just about getting up, waking up, running for 10 kilometers, and then doing your best. So I think these are areas that we are trying our best now to work with partners and give that exposure when we go and recruit students at, whether it's it's not just the IIMs, it's not just the universities. When you're looking for business graduates, you're effectively looking for creative mindsets, people who are willing to work 20 hours a day. Sports is relentless, and broadcast takes away all your Christmas holidays and Diwali holidays and, so much and so on and so forth. But, it comes down to passion eventually, like Sir said as well. And with that, you'll have to have some sort of application also.
Okay, thanks. Chris, what's your experience been like when it comes to dealing with elite athletes and their managers? Do you see a sense, do you get a sense that at times in India, elite athletes are driven by their managers, dominated by their managers? Or if you have to compare the Indian system with some of the other parts of the world, where would you place the so-called involvement, I won't call it interference, of the managers?
I think I'll start with the second part first. So what tends to make a very successful team is the team in which the athlete is in the middle. So you've got the coach and the athlete, probably the most important people in the system, but the athlete, without the athlete, there is no system. Around that, if there's a very good team, that tends to work the best, and that's kind of everyone pulling and doing their little bits, not one person with an agenda trying to, funnel them in whatever direction, or a sponsor that has too much weight on things, whatever. The first part about the experience with athletes and how they've done the best with managers is, I think in India you're faced with kind of probably two options, or two sort of situations with the athletes that we have in this country. It's kind of a pre and post situation. So it's pre-ridiculous success and it's post-ridiculous success. Like, there's kind of an inflection point where the athlete, for the most part, if they aren't household names, are grinding, they're grafting hard, and their support team is, unless they have been pulled into the fold and they have an abundance of sort of obvious talent at a young age and they're being managed very well, I'd say that's certainly the minority of the situations, not the majority. I'd say the majority of the situations is probably guys having to fight like hell to get noticed and to get good care and good management, etc. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the problem. It's a massive volume situation. But once they do cross over that, you probably almost have in India, which maybe isn't a good thing as well, is athletes with too much power sometimes, because they are just way bigger than anything else that anyone's ever dealt with. So Geet mentioned that there are really good athlete managers in the system, and of course there are. There's good everyone in the system. And the guys doing the courses and the guys working in the whole sports ecosystem will be very good at what they do, and they'll be very experienced to a point. But I mean, stardom in this country is something I'd never ever experienced until I came here. It's fascinating. It's beyond the realm of anything like normal. These people can't leave their homes, and people laugh at me when I tell them that if I was in the same restaurant as A.B. de Villiers back home, he'd be eating his dinner peacefully. You might have one or two guys leaving the restaurant saying, hey, A.B., sorry, do you mind having a photo with my kid on the way out? But that's about it. You'd be able to have can you imagine Virat Kohli sitting in a restaurant anywhere? It's just impossible. These guys can't leave their home. So they kind of become so big that I'm not sure that it's just one athlete manager that you're kind of talking about. It's like then the ecosystem becomes crazy. And I mean, I don't really have a good answer for that, but I think it's just a very different problem in this country than maybe in a lot of other countries. So maybe it requires an even higher skill set, what's a better term.
Thanks. I have one last question for all of you. With the mushrooming of sports leagues all over India, most of them actually fizzle up, but still they keep mushrooming. When it comes to creating an alternate career in your respective domain, what do you think is the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge? Can we start off with the professor?
We have been hearing about this, that the biggest angst that a sports person has is a short life of a career, for instance. We have a very strong conviction that the private public partnership can extend the career into the corporate life, for instance. Way to do that is that universities will come together, and we are planning to have certain structured courses where and in the morning I think you spoke about the fact that the corporates are not really giving support to the to athletes and to sports people, for instance, especially because of the fact that they are off the prime and things like that. Now we could look at reskilling them, for instance, for corporate life, for instance. So they need not give up they would have perhaps gone out of their sports life, for instance, but they can actually have a second life. The second innings, as one was talking about. So we can reskill them, give them, we can take them on for short-term courses, maybe even diploma courses and things like that, and reskill them and make them corporate ready to basically start the workforce. That's one way of really taking it into the next level of their career, for instance. The other way to look at it is to basically start off by being corporate trained, for instance, and then get into the corporate and then run through with this, where you'll have to basically straddle between the two, the sports life that you want to have and the corporate life that you want to take forward. That's the way we look at it.
Well, with so many leagues, there's only opportunity around. Everybody believes they can be an IPL, at some point. But I think the ecosystem itself is so vast that, like I mentioned, as long as the exposure is there, you can identify whether you want to work in a specific space, producing that game. There are 20 different careers that I can think of in a 2-hour game, just beyond the athlete itself. And it's just amazing. The challenge is the same opportunity, it's exactly that. And, it's about, I think it's more about the exposure. It's being able to identify, and that's a role that we want to take as well. To go out there and make sure that there are enough management schools and programs that understand the careers that exist, which is beyond, like you said, it's not just the commentator, and the example that I'll give is 2015 World Cup, and we talk about skill here. I think we were very proud to be in a space where we had a totally women-led production. We had the first women commentator in Isha Gua. We had the first women presenter in Mayanti that year, and we had 5 women producers that were on the field producing those languages. And to a point today, if you look at IPL and you switch it on, you will actually see all of our regional feeds and Hindi feeds being led by women. And I think that's just phenomenal space. When you were growing up, you were told it's only boys who go out there and play the sports. I think it's the lack of knowledge that makes you fear that there is no opportunity. I think that's, once you have that, it's just an open field. There is a lot to do.
Wonderful. Thanks, Prashant. Extremely important point about involvement of women in modern day sport. Chris, the same question.
Can you repeat the question?
Even I have forgotten now. It's with the mushrooming of sports leagues all over India, across disciplines. in your domain, what is the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge when it comes to managing an athlete and creating an efficient support system?
So I suppose the biggest part of these things is it doesn't take a lot to set these leagues up necessarily. So I mean, for example, in a year, I might get asked, either myself or my team might get asked to be a partner or at least cover up to 15, leagues or tournaments or events, because they're tiny little things. And then, so obviously it comes down from a purely economical point of view. You try and work out, what you can actually manage to cover. So if these things are going ahead, and let's say my team isn't looking after them, and the sort of bigger teams around the place are not looking after them, who's looking after them, and what is the expertise like at the side of the field? And I suppose that's my experience, but it could be like that across the board for everything. What is the level of organisation? What is the level of security? What's the level of everything? So, and that's not to say that you have to be the best in the world to run one of these things, but that is certainly a hurdle. It's going to be a speed bump in trying to run it. The second thing is actually how good is it for the athletes to do these things? Where are the athletes coming from? Are they coming from some kind of I suppose pathway that it makes sense for that tournament, or are the guys, is it outside of the realms of what they should be doing at that stage to be worrying about a tournament playing where they might get injured or something like that, where maybe they're getting paid a couple of thousand rupees to participate in this tournament. Actually, they should just be focusing on climbing the ladder properly, etc. So I'd say those are probably the biggest issues in the space that I'm in, is staffing these things and actually looking after it from a sports medicine point of view. Do you have people on the ground, and are the athletes adequately prepared, and etc. You could argue that maybe that isn't the biggest thing in the world, but it certainly becomes something of a factor at some point. And then the other thing is obviously whether it's good for the athlete to actually be engaging in all of these little random ad hoc events.
Thanks, Chris. And even though we are discussing alternate career in sports, since we are at a Sportstar event, the last word has to be to a sports person.
I bet you're glad that I got him to repeat the question.
And I remembered it.
Thanks for asking it before me. Actually the mushrooming of leagues, I don't know what that has got necessarily to do with with the question, and I don't know what field I am in really. Actually, are you asking me as a sports person, from the field of billiards, as somebody who's running OGQ? But I'll take the latter. I'll take the latter and say that I think I keep the leagues on the side. And just a random comment: any league which comes up, if they're mushrooming, it can only add value to the system to provide alternate careers for athletes. But I mean, I just see opportunity everywhere. Really, I do. For somebody who started an organization because I was completely demoralized and discontent with the entire system, I'm talking 20 years back, I live with great optimism and hope now. And I think I'll just end by saying that there is only optimism. There is it's a vast field. It's an industry now. Sport is not about hobby and pastime and what you have. Sport is an industry. Cricket showed us the way how sport can become an industry, and I think our Olympians are now showing us how sport can actually become an industry. And in that whole the vastness of it just gives me hope that the alternate careers are going to be there, and they'll just go from strength to strength.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Keith, for ending on a positive note. Thanks a lot to all the kids who are listening in. Sport is the biggest opportunity. All of us are stakeholders in it. Come join us. Thanks a lot.
Once again, thank you so much for this wonderful session. And now I request Amol sir to give the memento and felicitate all the panelists. Thank you so much. So that was the topic, alternate career in sports, and hope you got all the answers, what was in your mind. So now we are going to take a tea break for 15 minutes. So I request you all to take your tea outside and then come back again. Thank you.
हाँ ठीक ठीक हैप्पी मैंने बात की है ना
7 Okay.
साढ़े 4 वागे ही है
બોલો બોલો
टाइमिंग जो है 6:50 સુધી એટલે 7 પાક્કા
બોલો 8 7 નહીં
अंदाज 6:50 એટલે હું
We are starting in 2 minutes. I request each one of you that please take your seats if you are done with the tea. Those who all are standing, please take. We are starting in 2 minutes. नेक्स्ट सेशन की शुरुआत करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। सब लोग कृपया अपने अपनी जगह पर विराजमान हो जाएं। We are about to start our next session.
Hello.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we are starting our next session. So for that, here with us, I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Parthiv Parmar, Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, to come on the stage. Zordar taaliyan ho sakte hain. अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर शमशेर सिंह मान, जनरल मैनेजर, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। और अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर आयन सैन गुप्ता सर को। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। थैंक यू सो मच। और अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी आयन सर से कि वो हमारे सर का यानी कि मिस्टर प्रदीप परमार सर का स्वागत करें मोमेंटो से। सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत मिस्टर प्रदीप परमार, मिनिस्टर फॉर सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट। थैंक यू सो मच। और अब मैं आयन सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो फेलिसिटेट करें मोमेंटो से मिस्टर शमशेर सिंह मान, चीफ जनरल मैनेजर, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
everyone. The dignitaries on stage are here for a very special reason. As part of the Sportstar Conclave Caravan, one of the things that Sportstar has been doing is felicitating young talent and veteran athletes or sports people who have contributed a lot to the state where we are holding these events. So as part of that tradition, we would like to honor our Sportstar West Sports Conclave emerging hero, that's Tasneem Mir. She's a badminton player, a 16-year-old who became world #1 in the under-19 category. She's the first Indian to manage that. The 16-year-old from Gujarat was rewarded for her stellar run last year when she secured titles in 3 junior international tournaments to jump 3 places and then get the top position last year. So great achievement for her. We have her father with us here, Irfan Mir sir. Please stage pe aaiye ताकि हम आपको felicitate कर सकें. Please give her a round of applause. Tasneem was unable to be with us because she's currently participating in the national games, so her father is here on her behalf. I request the dignitaries to please honor Tasneem's father with our memento and a cash award. नीचे जाने से पहले आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे यहाँ के जो भी लोग हैं आपके बेटी के बारे में, उनकी जर्नी के बारे में?
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. एक्चुअली मैं बैडमिंटन कोच हूँ, पुलिस में सर्विस करता हूँ और बेटी जब 6 साल की थी तब मैंने उसको बैडमिंटन खिलाना शुरू किया था और आज जो कुछ अचीव किया है वो हार्ड वर्क और उसकी मेहनत का नतीजा है. जब वो आज तक 20 टाइम वो नेशनल चैंपियन हुई है अलग अलग कैटेगरी में, 13, 15, 17 बैडमिंटन में जैसे होता है, और शी इज 2 टाइम एशियन चैंपियन और शी इज द ओनली गर्ल जो सिंगल्स में भी एशियन चैंपियन हुई है और डबल्स में भी एशियन चैंपियन हुई है. एक्चुअली उसको यहाँ आना था पर अभी रायपुर में इंटरनेशनल चैलेंज सीरीज चल रहा है और उसका वहाँ पे भी सेमीफाइनल में वो खेल रही है, सो वो आ नहीं सकी है. उसी जगह मैं आया हूँ और बहुत छोटी उम्र में वो अंडर 19 में वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 हुई है और अभी उसका रैंकिंग सीनियर्स में 100 तक आ गया है. वी आर होपिंग कि नेशनल ओलंपिक में देश के लिए अच्छा करें. एक्चुअली बैडमिंटन बहुत एक्सपेंसिव गेम है और एज ए पुलिस सर्विस में प्लस सर्वाइव करना काफ़ी मुश्किल हो जाता है, पर स्पॉन्सर्स एंड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का काफ़ी इसमें स्पोर्ट्स के लिए काफ़ी अवेयर रहती है और काफ़ी स्पोर्ट्समैन को बहुत हेल्प करती है. इसकी शक्ति योजना है और काफ़ी और भी योजनाएं हैं जिसकी वजह से जो प्लेयर सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं पर फाइनेंशियल की वजह से और किसी ट्रेनिंग की वजह से रुक रहा है तो काफ़ी सपोर्ट मिल रहा है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से. और आज जो कुछ भी है वो बस आपके सामने है और मैं होपिंग के और अच्छा करें और खास तो अभी सेमीफाइनल जीते. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir. Her achievement is indeed very, very praiseworthy, especially if you look at the fact that even Sindhu and Saina weren't able to come as close to this. Sindhu got close, she was number 2 at that age. So, remarkable achievement indeed. Our next awardee is the Unsung Hero, the Sportstar West Sports Conclave Unsung Hero Award. And this is a very special person that we would like to invite. At a time when only conventional big centers would get Team India berths, going at it in domestic cricket is not easy at all. And Mukund Parmar, the current Gujarat coach, is a shining example of that. In a career spanning well over a decade, Parmar held Gujarat's batting together, scoring over 6,600 runs in 83 first-class matches. He has hit 20 hundreds and 30 50s at a staggering average of 49.80. His passion for cricket has continued long after he stopped playing. He continues to give back to the game in the form of a coach. He has coached the India Under-23 team to the Asian Cricket Council Emerging Teams Cup title in 2013. He's also groomed a number of players during the off-season camps at the NCA in Bangalore, and a lot of players who've currently played for India and in the last 10 years will tell you how much of a hand he's had in their careers. So sir, please do join us on stage, with your family of course, to receive this award.
नहीं चलती कर
Sir, we can't let you go without you saying a few words, please.
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, thank you very much, Sportstar, for choosing me for this award. Actually, a lot of players have played, and I think they did really well overall. And I think, I mean, in 90s it was difficult, especially, Gujarat wasn't that much ready. I mean, I would say now it's time for Gujarat to roar at national level. Okay, talking about myself, I think cricket में जो achievements थे, I mean, जो 90s and I played 19 years from 1986 to 2006. तो वो 19 साल की जर्नी में बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स के साथ में खेला हूँ. Even lastly with Parthiv as well. So और अभी जो गुजरात टीम है पूरी, even Akshar and Harshal और Jasprit, they have all gone through me. क्योंकि इंडिया Under-23 की जो टीम थी, उसमें वो सब they were part of the team that time. Manpreet even was a part of team, I think. तो जर्नी तो ऑन ही है क्रिकेट में, but in a different way. So I mean, here I would like to thank my family, my wife and my kids. For last almost 30 years, they are all with me. Thank you very much.
We would also like to invite Mr. Pradeep Parmar, the Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, to please take to the stage and say a few words to the gathering.
स्पोर्ट्सस्टार के एडिटर श्रीमान सेन गुप्ता जी, श्रीमान नवजीत जी सिंह जी, शमशेर सिंह जी, मुकुंद भाई परमार जी, जिस प्रकार से स्पोर्ट्सस्टार कई सालों से स्पोर्ट के लिए अपना मैगजीन के द्वारा जन जागरूकता के बारे में काफी समय से अपने मैगजीन का काम कर रहा है. देश के कई शहरों में उनका
काफी संख्या में लोग उनके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं चाहता हूं कि गुजरात के अंदर भी स्पोर्ट्सस्टार द्वारा जितने भी गुजरात के खिलाड़ी हैं जो अपना फ्यूचर बनाने के लिए स्पोर्ट्सस्टार मैगजीन के काम में काफी आएगा। उसकी वजह से मैं गुजरात की बात करूं तो देश के यशस्वी वडाप्रधान श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी गुजरात के चीफ मिनिस्टर रहा करते, जब उन समय पर उन्होंने रम से गुजरात जिससे गुजरात खेल महाकुंभ के द्वारा पूरे गुजरात के युवाओं को गांव से छोटे छोटे कब्जों से उन्होंने वहां से उनको निकाल कर उनकी ट्रेनिंग स्पोर्ट के बारे में जो चाहिए सब उनको प्रदान करके आज गुजरात की एक अपनी बेटी ने स्पोर्ट के अंदर काम करके पूरे देश का नाम रोशन किया है। आप तो जानते हो सरिता गायकवाड़ को, जिसके घर के अंदर छत नहीं थी, पहनने के लिए दौड़ने के लिए पाँव में स्पोर्ट शूज नहीं थे, ऐसे गुजराती को इंटरनेशनल गेम खिलाकर देश का नाम रोशन किया है। हमने देखा है कि अभी सारे स्पोर्ट के अलग अलग देशों के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री खुद पहली बार इतिहास के अंदर जितने भी खिलाड़ी मेडल लेके आए, जो मेडल लेके नहीं आए उनके साथ में डिनर पार्टी की थी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बताया कि स्पोर्ट्स के फ्यूचर के लिए मैं क्या कर सकता हूं। हर खिलाड़ी को उसका सुझाव देना चाहिए जिसके आधार पर आने वाले भविष्य में देश का स्पोर्ट युवा बहुत आगे जाए और अपने देश का नाम रोशन करे। उसी तरह से स्पोर्ट्सस्टार मैगजीन के द्वारा मैं उनको धन्यवाद करता हूं कि गुजरात के आकर उन्होंने जो अपना काम किया है उसके हिसाब से गुजरात के लोगों को काफी उसके अंदर सपोर्ट मिलेगा। इस कार्य के लिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद करता हूं और साथ में मुझे यहाँ पर बुलाकर इस काम के अंदर आपने शामिल किया उसके वजह में आपका थैंक्स करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपका बहुत तहे दिल से धन्यवाद। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। तो अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं हमारे आज के नंबर 6 पैनल डिस्कशन पर, और 6 एंड लास्ट पैनल डिस्कशंस में और ही ज्यादा कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग बात होने वाली है। तो बात करते हैं जैसे स्पोर्ट्स रिटेन अ वेरी वैल्यूएबल पोजीशन इन द कल्चर ऑफ गुजरात। जैसे कि सर ने अभी भी कहा कि गुजरात में 90s में क्या हाल हो रहा था और अभी क्या हो रहा है, तो वो एक अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा डेवलपमेंट है। और जैसे कि बात की कि एंड टू एंटरटेन द कल्चर, स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर इन गुजरात, देयर हैव बीन द मेनी सक्सेसफुल, एंड सुबह से हम नाम सुन रहे हैं द पॉपुलर इनिशिएटिव लाइक खेल महाकुंभ, जो कि बहुत ही ज्यादा पॉपुलर हो चुका है, तो वी ऑल नो अबाउट इट, अंडरटेकन बाय द अथॉरिटी टू एनकरेज द स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर इन गुजरात। तो वैसे ही नेक्स्ट हमारा जो पैनल डिस्कशन है उसका टॉपिक है डिकोडिंग द स्पोर्ट्स पोटेंशियल ऑफ गुजरात, जिसके लिए प्लीज ज्वाइन मी टू वेलकम आवर मॉडरेटर फॉर दिस पैनल डिस्कशन, मिस्टर उपेंद्र फडणवीस। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत।
Good evening, everyone.
the day. I know it's a difficult one to manage, but let me tell you that the topic is interesting, and therefore I'm sure you will have a good time understanding, listening to this. I thank Sportseed on behalf, I represent Sportseed, and on behalf of Sportseed, I thank Sportstar for having us as the knowledge partner for this conclave. Personally, Sportstar is very special to me, simply because way back in 1994, I featured in the Sportstar magazine. My picture was there when Gujarat became, for the first time, won the boys' national championship title in Gujarat badminton. So that, to me, was my biggest achievement till very recently when I won the World Championship bronze in the Masters category. So, therefore, I would believe that, I am a homegrown sports person as well as a sports professional from Gujarat. And therefore, when this interesting topic of decoding the sports potential of Gujarat came in, I was really excited. And for that, today, we have a very, very distinguished panel. And I would like to invite each one of them. So, first and foremost, I would like to invite Ms. Bhavina Patel. She needs actually no introduction, but of course, let us give her a big hand. And she is a Khel Ratna awardee, Arjuna awardee, and a Paralympic silver medalist in table tennis. So welcome, madam. Welcome, thank you. So our second panelist is Mr. Ashwini Kumar. He is on his way and would be joining us shortly. He is Secretary, Youth, Sports and Cultural Activities, Government of Gujarat. So he is on his way. He will be joining us shortly. Our third panelist who is here and would be joining us, Mr. Manpreet Juneja, the cricketer from Gujarat. May I please invite you on stage, please, Manpreet. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand, please. So Manpreet is the only fourth Indian to have scored a double century on debut in first class cricket. Welcome Manpreet to the panel. To you. I'm not sure whether they are able to hear me.
Hi,
Yeah.
Lavanya.
Hi, Mansi.
Yeah, hi.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mansi, welcome to this panel. Thank you for taking time out. And we are starting the discussion. So my first question is to you. All right, Mansi, I mean, you have been inspiration to a lot of people now. And, Mansi was also, on the Times magazine cover as a next Gen 2020 leader. She's, of course, the world champion in para badminton. So Mansi, your journey, is been after the unfortunate incident that happened in your life, you took about 7 to 8 years to become a world champion. And since I am a badminton player myself, I know this is a great time span to become a world champion.
So my question to you is, one, tell us about your journey, and more importantly, from a point of view of the grooming potential, what interventions do you think could have helped you shorten this journey? Maybe some other Mansi in some other sport may get benefited. So over to you, Mansi, please.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me, and thank you for this question. 7 to 8 years, definitely took me to become a world champion, but this was after an injury, a life-threatening injury that I had post an accident when I was on my way to work in the year December 2011. I was working in Mumbai as a software engineer, and it just so happened that I met with an accident. I was transferred from one hospital to the other, and after 45 days of hospitalization, I came home with a life-changing event, that is an amputation. It was very difficult for me initially. Of course, it was difficult for me becoming a person with disability after living 22 years without one. And I learned a lot of things. I learned how to walk again. I learned how to just do all the activities that I used to do before again. And sport was a big part of my life while growing up. So I grew up in Rajkot and in Gujarat, Rajkot and Mumbai. And I spent basically a lot of time learning badminton. I used to go for coaching in my childhood. Definitely at that time I didn't want to become an athlete, or sports was not a career option for me. I was always interested into becoming an engineer, and I became one. But 1 year after I became an engineer, I had to undergo an amputation. After 2 years of getting back to life, I joined sports. I played my first national level tournament in December 2014. That is almost after 1.5 years of learning how to do my basic all activities again. And since 2015, I'm participating and playing at multiple international events. In 2019, I became a world champion, and next month I am again traveling to Japan to defend my title. So all these years I have, if you ask me what kind of grooming is done and what all potential we all had, I think personally I had a lot of support from my family and friends, from my colleagues, from my college, from my right now Somaya Vidyavihar is one of the education partner here, and I was an alumni of Somaya. So we had badminton courts in our college. I used to always be there, present on that court after finishing my lectures, and the opportunities that I've got are endless. The support that I've got from my coaches, my trainers, the support that I've got from my doctors, from my physiotherapist, from my prosthetist, the one who fitted me with the prosthetic legs. And now I have had an opportunity to work with so many prosthetists who made sure that I work the best, I run the best, I play badminton the best. Again, it's support of coaches, trainers, and without their support, I wouldn't have been here. And right now, the government is doing something really great. Like right now, this year, I got into talks, and all these years, since I started playing international tournament, I have been fortunate enough to get financial support from corporates through their CSR scheme, which are helping me to play the sport and become number one. So, without all their support. And I think this is the kind of support an athlete requires, right from the grassroots to just financials, to all the support from all the support staff in the field of sports science and everywhere else.
Yeah, thank you, Mansi, and wish you all the best for your upcoming tournament. We will come back to you. We have some more questions for you. बट बिफोर दैट मैं भाविना जी से बात करना चाहूंगा. आपकी स्टोरी भी उतनी ही इंस्पिरेशनल है और उतनी ही कामयाब है. एंड गुजरात का सर आपने बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से हमारे फख्र से ऊपर हो गया था जब आपने सिल्वर मेडल लिया था टोक्यो में. उसके बाद खेल रत्न आपको मिला गया. मेरे ख्याल से आपके जैसे जो एथलीट्स हैं, पारुल परमार जी हो गई, मानसी हैं ही, देवेंद्र झाझरिया हो गए, दीपा मलिक मैडम हो गई, इन लोगों की वजह से आई थिंक पैरा स्पोर्ट्स हैज कम फोरफ्रंट पे आ गया है. आज हम लोग सब बात करते हैं उसके ऊपर. और गुजरात गवर्नमेंट हैज एक्चुअली टेकन द इनिशिएटिव टू अनाउंस दैट वो लोग अपना फर्स्ट गुजरात पैरा स्पोर्ट्स सेंटर ओपन करने वाले हैं. तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आपके लिए ये न्यूज या ये जब डेवलपमेंट है, क्या लगता है आपको, इससे क्या बेनिफिट्स होंगे पैरा स्पोर्ट्स में?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच कि मुझे यहाँ पर बुलाया गया है और आप सबके बीच में हूँ. सच्ची मैं बताऊँ तो पहले का गुजरात और अभी का गुजरात पूरा चेंज है. और खास करके स्पोर्ट्स की बाबत में तो पूरा ही मतलब उसका सिनारियो जो है वो पूरा चेंज हो गया है. पहले ये बोला जाता था कि गुजरात के लोग बस दाल चावल ही खा सकते हैं, लेकिन आज वो जो सोच है ना वो चेंज हो गई है. आज गुजरात के हर एक स्टेट से मतलब जितने प्लेयर्स नहीं आ रहे हैं वो इतना एफर्ट डाल के गुजरात से प्लेयर निकल के आ रहे हैं. गुजरात में एक पोटेंशियल है और मैं तो यही नहीं, मैं तो ये बोलूंगी कि पूरे इंडिया में एक पोटेंशियल है. लेकिन वो पोटेंशियल है तो सही, लेकिन कुछ चीजें और भी है जिसमें अभी चेंजेस आना बाकी है. पहले से बहुत बेटर हुआ है और जो अभी डेवलपमेंट स्टार्ट हुआ है, जो एकेडमीज बन रहे हैं, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं, जो फैसिलिटीज स्टार्ट हो रही है, वो सही में बहुत ही ग्रेट है कि हमारे गुजरात सरकार इतना सोच रही है. स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स के लिए सोच रही है, वो एथलीट के लिए सोच रही है और खास करके पैरा एथलीट के लिए सोच रही है, जिसकी वजह से हर एक छोटे छोटे गांव से खिलाड़ी निकल के आ रहे हैं और उन लोगों को सपोर्ट एक क्या होता है वो सिस्टम आने लगी है और जिसकी वजह से लोग अभी स्पोर्ट्स में कैरियर बनाना चाह रहे हैं. तो पहले एक ये था कि खेलना मतलब ओके ठीक है, मतलब खेल लिया हो गया, लेकिन अभी लोग ये समझते हैं कि नहीं, स्पोर्ट्स खेलेंगे तो फिटनेस तो सही रहेगा ही, लेकिन साथ में आप अपना कैरियर भी उसमें देख सकते हो. तो जो गुजरात सरकार ने ये जो पहल स्टार्ट किया है, जो हमारे पीएम सर है नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी, उनके नेतृत्व में जो ये सारी सोच जो डेवलप हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का जो स्लोगन है ना वो सही मायने में उभर के आ रहा है. लेकिन और अभी और चीजें ऐसी भी है कि उसमें सुधार आना है, लेकिन सारे ट्रायल स्टार्ट हो गए हैं. तो मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ कि सारी चीजें अभी चेंज हो रही है, फैसिलिटीज बढ़ रही है और एथलीट में भी कॉन्फिडेंस आने लगा है कि वो अभी स्पोर्ट्स करे, अपनी फिटनेस को ध्यान में ले. और खास करके अभी ये मेडल के बाद, टोक्यो पैरालंपिक्स के मेडल के बाद अभी पैरा खिलाड़ी भी अभी चाहते हैं कि वो बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे आए और उन लोगों को अभी एक सपोर्ट सिस्टम जो है वो समझ में आ गई है और उसकी वजह से ही ये सारे चेंजेस आए हैं. और वो सोच जो डाली गई है वो हमारे गुजरात सरकार ने डाली है, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने डाली है और उसकी वजह से ये पूरा चेंज आ रहा है.
थैंक यू भाविना फॉर दिस. आपने फिटनेस की बात करी एंड आई थिंक आई विल लाइक टू नाउ आस्क अंकिता जो हमारे साथ अगेन ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन है. हेलो अंकिता, एम आई ऑडिबल टू यू?
Yes.
Okay. So Ankita, we're talking about physical fitness here. I think as a player, we also understand that mental fitness is very critical. And I have read about you. You started playing tennis at the age of 5, and your parents were extremely supportive in your journey. So my question to you is, how much of that is important from a point of view of realizing your own potential, the parental support. And number two, do you feel that there is a need to have a structured method in which parents could be actually, parents could be introduced for a positive mindset towards sports? Your views on it, Ankita, please.
Firstly, I would like to thank you for having me at this event, even though joining virtually. I'm really glad to be a part of this. And like you mentioned, your question regarding the parent support, I would say that I wouldn't have got at this stage, I wouldn't have got this far representing the country, winning for the country. It wouldn't have been possible without the parent support, definitely. Because at that age, both my parents, they used to work, and so mom and dad both taking care of the house and everything, taking care of both the children. I have an older brother as well who first started playing tennis. So we coincidentally had tennis courts right next to our house. We could see it from our window. So I would say that I was very fortunate that, in my area I had that facility. I would also like to mention that we had some international events even back then. But then for parents to make sure that you take your kids regularly, regardless of all the tiredness that they have through the day, and just fast forwarding to the professional career, I think without their support, even when managing school, college, we see that a lot of times parents are so stressed and tense, and that comes to the children then when they are appearing for the board exams. But I would say that I wouldn't have been able to get this far without the support if back then when I had to appear for my 10th boards and we had to take a decision of I had this opportunity to represent India in the junior team in the under 16, and I remember my mother asking and discussing it with my coach, and he right away said that there were no two thoughts about that. Definitely we've been working for it, representing the country. We've been putting all the efforts. So now when we have that opportunity, so I think taking the right decisions at the right times, definitely like you said, the parent support and the coaches, the trainers who are giving you the guidance. Because initially when an athlete has joined the sport or is coming up in the sport, the coach's role is equally important, and the parents, go to the coach for all the guidance and advice. So I would say that parent support and the coaches as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ankita. Parents definitely play an important role, and more so, in cases when you have female athletes, they are absolutely critical, right? Manpreet, I would like to come to you, and since morning today, we've been talking about, we've had an exclusive session on cricket, okay, and we have spoken about cricket being a legacy, right from Kumar Dilip Singh ji, who's behind whose name Dilip Trophy is held in cricket, being from Gujarat. So we've had a legacy in Gujarat for cricket. I want to understand, or we would want to understand from you, what is it in cricket as a system which can help or which can be a cue for other sports federations or even the government that can be taken so that potentials are groomed well in the state?
Right. First of all, thank you for having me. So I think what cricket as a fraternity did right was, number one, they kind of marketed the game really well. I think that was very important from day one. Secondly, they didn't have to do a lot of work because as Indians, we kind of like anything that has teamwork involved. be it the corporate culture, be it anything else. You know, our history says that we've always liked games which has had a singular advantage plus done in a team. So that went hand in glove for cricket. And it was kind of the 83 World Cup that consolidated, you know, everything for the Indian fraternity. The same thing was with hockey, right? Hockey being a team sport, it was very, very easy for people to relate because we are born and brought up in joint families. So, you know, it gives a very similar feeling. So I think that is one thing that cricket did well, got lucky. And I think the same potential every other sport has. To be very honest, I don't see, of course cricket has gained momentum because of being the first, but other sports are getting equal momentum there. And I think whether you see tennis stars, badminton stars, Neeraj, you know, all these guys have made room way for themselves and their sport. There's always going to be someone who's going to take the sport to the next level, be it Michael Jordan for basketball, be it Sachin Tendulkar for cricket, similarly so on and so forth. So I think that is going to happen with each sport. There is nothing drastically different that cricket or cricket fraternity has done. The only thing that they did really well was give a good base from where cricketers could come. And I think that's something very similar that we are seeing in other sports that's happening, and which is, I think, going to help all the athletes come forward and perform to their best of their capabilities.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea was, you know, is there a cue that can be taken from the cricket fraternity? So we understand that marketing is one aspect of it. You also mentioned that, you know, the entire support system should work well for the game to flourish. So yeah, I totally get that. You know, I would like to come back to Mansi. And Mansi, you know, talent grooming and talent identification at an early age has been the mantra of, you know, the sports industry. Identify a talent early and therefore groom the talent so that, you know, performance is a given, you know. So, I don't know, I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, you were a late bloomer. I mean, your talent or your potential was actually started as a badminton player at the age of maybe 22, 23, well past the typical age brackets. So I just want to understand from you, do you feel the pattern of talent grooming or talent identification changes at a certain point in time? And what gaps do you really see exist today when it comes to talent identification?
Well, you spoke really like the point that you put here, Pedro, is really right. That, you know, talent identification in childhood can give you the right kind of output in terms of mental tally in your say 20s. But then, if you take my example, I started playing. Like, I used to play badminton. I used to go for coaching as an able-bodied person. But playing the sport, para sport, and learning the intricacies of the sport after disability was completely different. And this kind, I feel, of course, definitely childhood is the right time to groom the talent, make them understand about sports. But I'll talk about para sports here right now because I am right now representing the para sports fraternity. I became a sports person after an injury. And I know a lot of people who play a sport after an injury. Or after having a disability, and right kind of talent that comes out is by training and by consistent efforts. And at some point, age doesn't matter. And you can see that example in para sports because there are a lot of para sports persons in their 50s and their 40s at the peak of their career because they attained an injury later on in their lives and they are now training full time to become a para sports person. And there are endless examples. So I feel that, you know, it's age is just a number, and talent identification, if done at the right time, definitely can give you the right kind of output. But then sport only requires dedication and training, and I think it can be done at any age.
Thank you. In fact, Mansi, just to add, you know, Parul Parmar, who is a legend, I think, in para badminton, used to play badminton with us when we were playing regular, you know, full badminton, and she, because there were maybe no opportunities at that time for para sport, she would participate in the Gujarat state tournaments and still do pretty well. So talent was always there. It was a matter of time that she realized it in her capabilities as a differently abled, and she did pride for India.
Yeah, you're right. So right now, like I played the sport with Parul Didi, and till last year, Parul Didi was world number 1. She was undefeated. She was always at the top. Now, a lot of other players have come in, and we see a lot of newer talents coming up. But then she defied age. She said that I have talent, and then age is just a number. So I think, it proves, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would request, so we have our next panelist also with us today. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, may I request you to please come on stage, sir. So Ashwini Kumar, sir, is the Secretary, Youth, Sports and Cultural Activities, Government of Gujarat. Welcome, sir. So thank you for being here. We have been speaking about decoding the sports potential of Gujarat. And as you can see, we have a very eminent, sports, and especially all of them are from Gujarat, including myself. So it's a full Gujarat fraternity, sports fraternity here for you, sir. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate the administering body of Gujarat. For the first time, 6 Olympians from Gujarat state. So that's a creditable achievement. And after 1960, where we had the last Olympian from Gujarat. So there is definitely something right which is happening in Gujarat, sir. Would you want to elaborate on that, please?
Good evening, all of you, and distinguished panelists and dear brothers and sisters. I will be making a very small presentation on 36th National Games. As you know, we are going to organize this National Games in a span of less than 3 months. Last National Games were organized in 2015. We are organizing in 6 cities of Gujarat plus Delhi. So a lot of discussions must have been taken place around this. So I will briefly, in about say 5 to 7 minutes, I will give you a brief of what is happening in Gujarat so that you can kind of gauge how we are trying to unlock the potential of sports in Gujarat. Next. A small clip on Khel Mahakumbh. This is the seed which was shown by our Honorable Prime Minister when he was the Chief Minister of the state in 2010. It started with the participation of about 13 lakh athletes. Now it has gone very big. This year we recorded more than 55 lakh participation, and more than 40 lakhs they actually participated across all their groups, right from school to colleges to villages. So this is a small clip when Honorable Prime Minister opened this.
मानव रक्त बहावी जोग जगावो आफत में अवसर ना बंदी आज न मिलो खेल खेल तुम सबनी साथ है खेल खेल गुजरात खेल खेल छे महाकुंभ हाथे खेल खेल गुजरात खेल खेल
This year, and now on 29th of September we are going to open 36th National Games. As you know, means this many speakers before me must have discussed this. More than 14,500 athletes, coaches, sports experts, professionals, they are going to kind of participate in the National Games. We are going to do it across 6 cities. These are some of the stats. More than 7,400 athletes are going to perform. If you put the entire number together, it would come to around 14,000 or so. For the first time in the history of National Games, we are going to organize 36 sport disciplines. Earlier it was like 31, 33 or 32 or so. But in a given short span of 3 months, we are going to kind of go for the National Games, which are bigger and better in scale and size and grandeur as compared to all the previous editions of National Games. So these are top 5 largest contingents and 5 smallest contingents. Just some stats next. Some number of athletes depending on the game and team sports or maybe individual sports. See, the idea is to boost the local economy because we are eyeing at something which is much bigger in size as compared to National Games. So the idea was to revive the local economy, to kind of go for a circular economy in which we are going to invest in hotels, we are going to invest in catering business, we are going to invest in overlays and everything so that the local economy is benefited by organizing these National Games. So we have roped in all the 3-star, 4-star, 5-star hotels and we are trying to provide best facilities to the athletes, no hostels, no shabby rooms and all. They are going to stay in a good quality star hotels and this is the mandate from the top and that's why we are taking care of our athletes in this way. So it's a whole of government approach. It's not the kind of initiative of an individual officer or an individual minister. The entire government's might is behind it. The National Games Organizing Committee is headed by Chief Minister, and then we have very senior IS officers heading various functional committees to make the event a success. So on 29th, we are going to have a gala grand opening ceremony in presence of about 100,000 spectators coming from all across the state. Right from Dang to Dwarka, means everybody would be there, and Honorable Prime Minister is going to kind of open the 36th edition of National Games, and we are going to have Shankar Mahadevan and Mohit Chauhan and leading Gujarat singers and performers, and it's going to be very, very big, bigger than what we can imagine. So. It's not about event management. When we decided that we will host the 36th National Games, it's not an event management exercise. We are serious about it. So the school and college activation program were run across the state in more than 2,500 colleges and universities and more than 33,000 schools, primary, secondary and higher secondary schools, in which more than 50 lakh students and teachers and local community, they participated. And next, see, these are real photos, means from a small village to the city, how they are participating, how they are enjoying. Some recreational sports, some traditional sports, kho-kho, kabaddi, rassa khej, utha patak, whatever kind of game you can imagine, जो हम लोगों ने बचपन में खेले होंगे, वो सारे चीजें वहाँ पे हुई और सबने एंजॉय किया. हम लोगों ने ये भी बोला कि भाई टीचर्स वर्सेस स्टूडेंट्स का भी मैच कराओ, in which students should defeat the teacher, and that should be the spirit. So these are some more glimpses. Everyone participated. I have seen my ministers playing table tennis, my ministers playing badminton and tennis and football and whatnot. So the kind of atmosphere that has been made in the state. बहाना क्या है, हमारा निमित्त क्या है, वो 36th नेशनल गेम्स है, बट उसके कारण एक अच्छा इकोसिस्टम स्पोर्ट्स का हम बनाने में पूरे राज्य में कामयाब रहे. Then the concept of sports carnival. Our Honorable Minister Harsh Sanghvi, you know, is a very young and dynamic minister. This was basically his idea, that we should engage the local community in a big way in all the 6 host cities, and we got unprecedented response across all the cities. Be it Ahmedabad, Sabarmati riverfront, or Surat, or Vadodara, or Rajkot, or Bhavnagar, everywhere this was a great success. It was a mix of fun activity as well as the sports activity.
and we created something which was magical in nature, and लोगों ने उसका खूब भरपूर मजा लिया, आनंद उठाया। दो छोटी छोटी क्लिप्स मैं आपको स्पोर्ट्स कार्निवल की और दिखाऊंगा लगभग। And these are all low-cost, high-impact initiatives with lot of community engagement, community participation. And then, as I claimed earlier, this is not an event management activity for the government. We organized this program, Go for Gold program at Sri Shakti Convention Center, in which Pulela Gopichan and Anjali Bhagwat, they came, they motivated our athletes who are going to perform in the 36 national games. And I'm glad to share with you that we have already won 2 golds in table tennis tournament, and second gold came today. And by the end of the program, I think we must have gathered some more gold and silvers and bronzes or whatever. So this is the potential of sport that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to make a boring presentation before you, because as you must have realized by now, the mandate comes right from the top. Honorable Prime Minister coming, inaugurating Khel Mahakumbh, 11th edition of Khel Mahakumbh, then blessing us by giving us 36 national games, motivating us to prepare and deliver in less than 3 months. Engagement of community at different levels, and you must have read in newspapers, seen in TV that Gujarat is very serious about hosting 2036 Olympic Games. So sports, though it's an entertaining thing, it is something which is very kind of आपको खूब खुशी देती है, but we are very serious about it. So thank you so much for listening to me patiently. घड़ी already मतलब बता रही है कि मुझे जाना चाहिए. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think all of us here are excited, and we wish the entire machinery and the government body all the very best for hosting the national games. And I think the athletes are going to have the best time as far as the games are concerned. I think we are run out of time, so I would, all right, okay. So what we will do is, because we are a little short on time, I would like to ask a question to all my eminent fellow players who are here, and then maybe ask the last question to Ashwini sir. So my question is, we have all spoken through the day that for performing or to your true potential, I think there is an entire support system. So the athlete definitely is at the center, but there is a support system which works. And I think one of the primary element of this support system is a quality coaching. And so, and all of you are blessed to have some great coaches in your life. But honestly, in my opinion or in my personal opinion, I think coaches struggle a lot for the recognition. We are very happy that sir was today recognized by Sportstar. But otherwise, generally, coaches struggle for recognition, struggle for monetary support. So, since we have Ashwini sir here, from all of you, starting with Mansi, what do you think should be the intervention from the policymakers when it comes to development of coaches?
Thank you, Pendra, for the question. I mean, you are right that yes, our coaches struggle with recognition, and not only recognition, but the pay, the struggle with daily getting up early in the morning to be on court, to be on field, to be completely involved in the career of their wards and students. And there are athletes who are reaching to a particular level. They change coaches and they go with coaches at different levels. So, but the ones which are training them at the grassroots level, those coaches are always under-recognized. I'll tell about this, that of course we require change in policy. And right now here Ashwini sir is here. I'm sure that Gujarat Sports Association of Gujarat, and I mean every authority who are in place are actually changing the sports codes and sports policies of their own state, where not only coaches but trainers and everybody involved in the support in supporting an athlete's growth and development are getting recognized and are getting rewarded for their efforts and their inputs in the development of the sport itself. Right now we have Arjuna Award scheme for athletes and Dronacharya scheme for coaches, but I wish to see more such reward schemes at states and recognition of trainers also, or physiotherapists or anybody in the field of sports science. Getting that kind of recognition is, I think it should be there. I wish to see the change in such policies very early, as we are planning to have 2036 Olympics and Paralympic Games in India, or 2040 Olympic or Paralympic Games in India. I wish to see such changes I wish to see these changes in our sporting ecosystem. This will help more and more people to join the sport. Like a lot of athletes, they are employed by public sectors and by private companies, who join private companies because the pay is less, right? But these are the people who know the minute intricacies of being an athlete, being the top athlete. But the I wish to see more and more such athletes joining as coaches and trainers and training the next generation of athletes and them getting the right kind of rewards and recognitions. Thank you, Kendra.
Yeah, thank you, Mansi. Ankita, could we have your take on this, the prerequisites that the coaching fraternity requires in order to ensure that they do best in terms of developing a potential? I think we've lost Ankita online. Maybe Manpreet, you could, meanwhile, by the time Ankita joins us, if you could, give your point of view on this.
So I think earlier when I referred to the point of having a strong base from where you can get athletes coming up, I think that strong base starts from coaches, right? The better the coaches, the better athletes will come out. I think another thing, if I elaborate on what cricket did well, was have best coaches starting at the under 13, under 15 level. We had such good coaches, and I'm so fortunate to be speaking in front of my coach who's completely responsible for whatever I am today. So I think he's been there with me since the under 15 days, and that is where my base was created, and that is what helped me excel. The same thing, if the coaches are well thought of, well put, they can create a good base that will eventually give you future superstars. Now that's the same thing with each and every sector. Like for example, there was a time when you felt that Indian cricketers are not fit enough, so we got world-class, physiotherapists, world-class, trainers. Same things when you felt that the Indian cricketers were not good in the field, they did not dive well, then we had world-class grounds so that they could practice those. Similar with coaches. So I think coaches are like the backbone of any sport. The better the coaches, the better the players. So if we give due respect, importance to the coaches that are there, we can guarantee that the athletes are going to be world class. And that's what takes the sports to the next level, right? When you have world class athletes, more and more sports people, more and more children want to become that, want to replicate that. So I think that's the clear way forward. Have good coaches, pay them well, respect them. They want respect actually more than anything. If you do that, then they're all yours.
Yeah, very good. भाविना जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में? Because आपकी जर्नी में coaches have played a very big role. Of course, your husband has been instrumental in all the achievements that you have got. लेकिन आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि क्या बेहतर कर सकते हैं coaching fraternity के लिए as we go ahead as policy makers? क्या बेहतर हो सकता है?
Yes, बिल्कुल. कोचेस का बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है एक प्लेयर की लाइफ में, क्योंकि कोचेस को प्लेयर के बारे में सारी ही डिटेल्स में बातें पता होती है. सुबह से मतलब जितने बजे उठता है वहां से लेके पूरे दिन का जो रूटीन होता है वो कोचेस को पता होता है. वो क्या उसका प्लस पॉइंट क्या है, उसका स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, उसका वीकनेस क्या है, वो कितना एफर्ट डाल सकता है, वो कितना टाइम दे सकता है, उसका नेचर क्या है, सारी ही चीजें. मतलब जितना मैं ये बोलूं कि पेरेंट्स को तो पता ही होता है, लेकिन कोच भी इसी तरह से ही होते हैं कि वो लाइक पेरेंट्स, वो हमारी केयर भी करते हैं, टीचर भी बन जाते हैं. वो हमें मतलब इस तरह से डांटते भी है कि मतलब हम नेक्स्ट लेवल को पार करने के लिए रेडी भी हो जाते हैं. तो ये मेरे हिसाब से कोचेस एक एथलीट के लाइफ में लाइक अ गॉड, जैसे कि मतलब पेरेंट्स जैसे गॉड होते हैं कि बुरी चीजें भी बताते हैं, अच्छी चीजें भी बताते हैं, वैसे ही अच्छे कोच वही चीजें बताते हैं जो आपको सही में मिरर में दिखती है. तो ये मेरे हिसाब से कोच का बहुत बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंस रहता है एक एथलीट की लाइफ में, और विदाउट कोच पॉसिबल नहीं है एक एथलीट को बड़े लेवल पे परफॉर्म करना, एक अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करना और कंट्री के लिए मेडल जीत के आना. बहुत डिफिकल्ट रहता है क्योंकि छोटे छोटे पॉइंट जो होते हैं वो जब खेलते तब समझ में नहीं आते हैं, लेकिन कोचेस को इतना अंदर से पता चल जाता है कि हाँ यहाँ पे कुछ गलतियां हो रही है. तो वो गलतियां छोटी छोटी ही लगती है लेकिन वो बहुत बड़ा चेंज लेके आती है. एक बड़े लेवल के बाद एथलीट में ज्यादा चेंजेस करने की जरूरत नहीं होती है, उनको ज्यादा एफर्ट डालने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है, लेकिन एक चीज होती है कि वो कोचेस सुधारते हैं. एक छोटी सी गलती अगर वो बता देते हैं या आप मतलब आप परफॉर्म कर रहे हो आप, जब जैसे कि फील्ड पे हो और वहां पर आपसे कुछ गलती हो रही है तो कोचेस के दिमाग में तुरंत आ जाती है और वो तुरंत बता देते हैं। अगर आप लॉस भी कर रहे हैं तो वो एक छोटा सा वर्ड आपको विनिंग में लेके आ जाता है। आपका पूरा जो माइंडसेट होता है वो पूरा चेंज होता है, आपके अंदर एक अलग सा कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट हो जाता है। तो कोच का यस इम्पोर्टेंस मैं तो यही बोलना चाहूंगी कि मतलब लाइक अ पेरेंट्स।
बिल्कुल सही, कोच का इम्पोर्टेंस इज अनडाउटेड, हमारे ख्याल से किसी को उसमें डाउट नहीं है। मैं मतलब जो प्रश्न मेरा जिस डायरेक्शन में था वो ये था कि कोचेस फर्टर्निटी के लिए क्या पॉलिसी मेकर्स ने, क्या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने करना चाहिए ताकि ये फर्टर्निटी भी बढ़ती जाए, क्योंकि हमारे प्लेयर्स की फर्टर्निटी अगर बढ़ानी है तो कोचेस की फर्टर्निटी को बढ़ना जरूरी है।
जी बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल उन लोगों के लिए भी मतलब ऐसे रिवॉर्ड्स ऐसे होने चाहिए, पॉलिसीज चेंजेस होने चाहिए। जिस तरह से एथलीट को रिवॉर्ड्स दिए जाते हैं, उनको कैश प्राइज दिए जाते हैं, तो ग्रास रूट के प्लेयर्स जो रहते हैं उनके कोचेस डिफरेंट रहते हैं। आप जब एक्सट्रीम परफॉर्म करते हैं उस टाइम के कोचेस डिफरेंट रहते हैं। तो ये उनके लिए भी अलग अलग ऐसी पॉलिसीज बननी चाहिए जिसकी वजह से मतलब उन लोगों को और अच्छा काम करने का जो जज्बा है वो उनका निकल के आएगा। और क्या है कि वो लोग भी मतलब अंदर से काम करना चाहेंगे कि हाँ मुझे यहाँ पे एफर्ट डालना है। तो ये ऑफकोर्स मतलब कोचेस के लिए ये चीजें भी सुधारनी चाहिए। और सॉरी मतलब मैं एक अलग सी बात भी करना चाहती हूँ, अश्विनी सर यहाँ पर है तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि मतलब ये बात मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे बता।
Good evening everyone. To end this very fruitful day on a high, I'm here to read out a message sent to us by Mr. Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, since Sir couldn't make it here because of some last minute commitments. Sir's message starts with a quote by the Prime Minister which says, "In sports there are no losers, there are winners and there are future winners." Mr. Patel goes on to say that sports is a major pillar in a nation's evolution. Under the able leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, India is making rapid progress in the world of sport. He visualized this vision in Gujarat over a decade ago with the inception of Khel Mahakumbh in the year 2010. Same format has been replicated at the national level with the name of Khelo India. With such encouraging support, today our sports personalities are winning many medals at the international level. As an avid sports fan, I have been following many players and sports magazines. Sportstar is the magazine with a legacy of more than 4 decades. Our state is now a force to reckon with on India's sporting map. The presence of some of our biggest stars right through the day during the Sportstar Conclave is a testament to it. I am much pleased to learn that Sportstar West Sports Conclave with the topic Focus Gujarat is being organized by Sportstar on the 24th of September 2022 in Ahmedabad. I am delighted to learn that the conclave is being held as a precursor to the National Games. Hosting the National Games across nooks and corners of Gujarat is a matter of pride for every Gujarati. I wish that hosting the National Games is just a stepping stone for fulfilling the big dream of hosting the Olympics in India and in Gujarat. We will leave no stone unturned in converting the dream into a reality. I congratulate the entire team of organizers, all the sports lovers and the people of Gujarat for being a part and encouraging the sports stars and nurturing all their minds. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. આપણા મુખ્યમંત્રી સાહેબના તરફથી આ સરસ મજાનું મેસેજ હતું. So moving forward and this event come to an end. For the vote of thanks, मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर सतीश मेंडन सर को, जो कि नेशनल हेड हैं इवेंट्स के द हिंदू ग्रुप। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत।
Hello, good evening all. I think we saw an amazing video a few minutes back, which is on the forthcoming national game. I think the timing of this Sportstar West Sports Conclave was so perfect that the white paper report which will emanate from this event would be a perfect app for the state government to develop the sports policy. And I should acknowledge the contribution coming from the Sportstar editorial team, the Hindu editorial team, and three of our external partners, Hiten Patel, Mahesh Langaji, and Vishi Sirji, who has helped in curating this entire panel discussion. Today, the day-long session, we saw 6 panel back-to-back discussion. We had 30 plus panelists here, and amazing event was possible because of our sponsors who are part of this entire initiative. To start with, I'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Hero PCAR, the Hero Motocorp CSR Initiative, Sports Management Academic Partner, KJ Subba Institute of Management Studies, our associates partners, Indian Oil, Shiv Naresh and Stag International, our banking partner, State Bank of India, our life insurance partner, LIC of India, also our knowledge partner, Sports Seed. This event, I would also like to thank all the audience who were present the day long and who saw this amazing event. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Thank you all.
थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन। और बहुत ही हमारे सारे के सारे स्पॉन्सर्स का मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, और आप सबका कि सुबह से अभी तक हमको सुनने के लिए, वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। और स्पोर्ट्स स्टार का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि इतना इन्फॉर्मेटिव जो कॉन्क्लेव इन्होंने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, वेस्ट स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव। तो तहे दिल से धन्यवाद सबका। मैं आपकी होस्ट और दोस्त जूही दुबे आपसे